chosen ones. You're surpassed the ultimate test unknowingly. The blessings are coming. The darkest hour is just before the dawn. This timeless saying holds deep truth for you, especially if you've been walking through trials in silence, wondering if anyone sees the battles you've overcome. In this video on spiritual wisdom, we uncover the incredible reality that as a chosen one, you've already surpassed your ultimate test, even if you didn't realize it. Now, the blessings that were held back are being released into your life. Are you ready to receive what's been divinely reserved for you? Comment below, "I'm ready for my blessings," and let's celebrate your breakthrough together. Your journey is just beginning. 1. You passed a divine test without knowing it. What you went through was never random. It was sacred preparation. Those quiet moments of struggle, when no one clapped for you, when no one saw the weight you carried, were divine tests. Tests not meant to punish, but to purify. They were designed to bring out the spiritual warrior within you, to stretch your patience, deepen your integrity, and align your soul with a higher calling. You weren't just going through hard times. You were walking through a refining fire, and you didn't even realize it. That's what makes it so powerful. Because the most authentic kind of strength is revealed when no one's watching. You were in a spiritual examination, one crafted by divine intelligence. You were tested in how you responded when doors closed, how you kept showing up when life offered no guarantee, and how you stayed faithful in the absence of applause. The spiritual awakening didn't come with fireworks or fanfare. It came through your quiet courage, your unseen endurance, and your daily decision to rise anyway. You didn't just survive, you evolved. Every chosen one must pass through this phase. The silence, the uncertainty, the hidden stretching. It's the secret training ground of the soul. Because your next level requires a stronger version of you. One that's not built on ego or performance, but on truth, humility, and inner clarity. The path you walked, lonely, uncertain, and often painful, was the initiation. And the fact that you're still here means you passed. There was no need for a loud announcement. The shift has already occurred within you. Your energy has changed. Your discernment has sharpened. Your spirit has matured. You've become more aware, more grounded, more aligned with your divine purpose. What was once confusing now holds clarity. What was once heavy has turned into wisdom. And now, the spiritual reward is already unfolding because the test is over. This is what a real spiritual awakening feels like, not glamorous, but transformational. It doesn't just change how you think. It changes who you are. It breaks down the false identity and activates your true assignment. You're no longer who you used to be. You are walking proof that pressure produces power, and silence gives birth to purpose. The breakthrough is not coming. It's already begun. Let it be known. You were tested in the spirit, and you were found worthy. And the blessings you're about to witness are not lucky accidents. They're the evidence that you've been chosen, refined, and aligned. You didn't pass because of perfection. You passed because of perseverance. And that is the true mark of the awakened soul. Comment below, "I passed the divine test," if you're ready to step into your higher calling. 2. The true obstacle was your own mind. The greatest obstacle was never the people who doubted you or the circumstances that tried to break you. It was your own mind. It was the quiet, persistent voice inside that told you you weren't enough, that you wouldn't make it, that you didn't have what it takes. Those doubts weren't just random thoughts. They were rooted in the layers of limiting beliefs you unknowingly absorbed over time. The critics outside only mirrored the fear within. But the moment you began to confront those internal lies, the spiritual shift began. You stopped looking for validation in the eyes of others and started recognizing the divine truth planted within you. Breaking free wasn't about escaping your environment. It was about awakening to the truth that had always been buried beneath the noise. Once you rejected the illusions that kept you small, a new energy entered your life. You opened yourself up to infinite spiritual potential. You were no longer confined by the invisible walls built from past pain, comparison, or fear. You began to see the patterns clearly. The people who rejected you were tests, the setbacks were training grounds, and the silence was sacred preparation. Everything had been part of the refining fire designed to strip away what was never yours to carry. There was no dramatic fanfare when it happened, no applause, just a quiet inner knowing that you were no longer who you used to be. You passed the test, not by fighting harder, but by seeing deeper. You saw through the distractions, the fear, the ego, and chose alignment instead. That choice to believe in your purpose over your pain was the true act of spiritual courage. And that's why things are shifting now. That's why the blessings are coming. Not as random rewards, but as natural results of your new frequency. You are no longer operating from survival. You've tapped into your soul's power. The final test wasn't about winning in the eyes of others. It was about remembering who you are in the eyes of God. And in doing so, you've become unshakable. You've stepped into the version of yourself that isn't controlled by fear or scarcity, but led by spiritual truth. And from this place, everything changes, not just for you, but for everyone connected to your mission. You didn't just pass the test, you transformed through it. And now, the universe recognizes your growth. Your energy speaks louder than words. You're no longer seeking permission to shine. You're simply being who you were always meant to be. And because of that, the doors that once felt sealed shut are now swinging wide open. What's coming isn't just a blessing. It's a reflection of your spiritual becoming. Are you ready to break free from your own limitations? If so, comment below. I release the doubt to affirm your commitment to a new, empowered mindset. 3. The universe was secretly guiding your awakening. What seemed like delays were actually divine detours. Each setback you encountered was not random. It was a precise spiritual setup, crafted to prepare you for the next level of your life. When things didn't go your way, it wasn't because you were forgotten. It was because you were being positioned. Every missed opportunity, every closed door, every painful pause was part of a larger spiritual strategy. You weren't falling behind. You were being aligned. This journey you've been on has been anything but ordinary. While others measured success in speed and milestones, your growth happened in silence, in secret, and in spirit. The universe was not ignoring you. It was guiding you, quietly, carefully, through signs, synchronicities, and moments that only made sense in hindsight. What looked like confusion was divine coordination. You were walking through a sacred initiation disguised as delay. Your soul was being trained to trust the unseen. The spiritual lessons came through frustration, isolation, and unexpected loss. but all of it was orchestrated for your elevation. The discomfort was a divine message in disguise, a call to rise, to awaken, and to walk by faith and not by sight. It wasn't about how strong you appeared to be. It was about how deeply you allowed yourself to grow from within. That's what made you different. That's what made you chosen. Now, the timing of this realization is not coincidence. It's confirmation. The spiritual work has been done in the dark. The clarity you've been waiting for is arriving because you've proven, without even knowing it, that you are ready. This awakening wasn't loud or dramatic. It was subtle, like a seed cracking beneath the soil. You didn't need applause. You needed alignment. And that's exactly what you've stepped into. There's a higher order behind the scenes of your life. What you thought was a detour was the divine route. What looked like abandonment was protection. What felt like silence was strategy. You didn't miss your moment. You were being spiritually equipped to handle it. And now that the breakthrough is here, it's not luck. It's law. The law of spiritual alignment always rewards those who endure with faith. This was never about waiting for blessings to fall from the sky. It was about becoming the kind of man who could carry them with integrity, wisdom, and power. And you've done exactly that. The universe didn't forget you. God didn't forsake you. You were hidden for refinement. And now, you're being revealed not just to receive, but to lead, to guide, and to walk fully in your divine purpose. If you believe the universe has been guiding your every step, repeat after me. I am aligned with divine timing. Every delay was preparation. I trust the journey completely. 4. Blessings begin to overflow after alignment. Now that the test has been passed and illusions have been shattered, something greater has begun. What you're experiencing is not luck, it's spiritual alignment. This is the result of the unseen battles you fought, the moments of silence where you chose growth over comfort, faith over fear, truth over illusion. The blessings showing up in your life right now, peace that can't be shaken, clarity that cuts through confusion, relationships that feel divinely orchestrated, and abundance that flows without resistance are not random. They are the evidence of a spiritual awakening that has transformed you from the inside out. You didn't force these blessings to come. You didn't manipulate, chase, or beg. You aligned. You surrendered. You let go of what no longer served your spirit, and in doing so, you made space for what was always meant for you. This alignment isn't about perfection. It's about purity of intention, about becoming so clear in who you are that everything in your life starts to mirror that clarity. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. And now that your inner world is aligned, your outer world has no choice but to respond. There was a time when confusion clouded your path, when everything felt like a struggle. But that chaos served a purpose. It refined you. The storm didn't break you. It shaped you. The pain didn't destroy you. It delivered you. And now that you've been recalibrated, you can see it clearly. What once felt like punishment was actually preparation. The delay wasn't denial. It was divine timing. And now, that time has come. This is why you're seeing new relationships enter your life that feel aligned with your soul. This is why doors are opening without you having to knock. This is why you feel a peace that doesn't depend on your circumstances. The spiritual work you've done, whether through prayer, solitude, healing, or simply choosing not to lower your standards, has activated a new flow in your life. And this flow is sacred. It's not accidental. It's the divine reward for your obedience and inner transformation. Spiritual awakening brings awareness, but spiritual alignment brings manifestation. And now, everything you touch is beginning to prosper. You are no longer operating from desperation, but from a deep trust that everything meant for you is already on its way. Your energy has shifted, your vision is clearer, and your steps are guided. You're not chasing, you're attracting. You're not striving, you're allowing. And in that space, blessings overflow. When you align your spirit with divine truth, everything begins to align around you. The chaos turns into clarity. The tests turn into testimonies. The waiting turns into receiving. And all of it begins when you stop looking for the blessing outside of you and start becoming the blessing within you. That is the power of true spiritual awakening. If this message has resonated with your spirit, affirm it in the comments below. I am aligned with God's will. I welcome His overflowing blessings into my life. 5. Stay grounded and humble in expansion. With every spiritual elevation comes a deeper call to responsibility. The blessings you've long awaited are arriving, but they do not come empty-handed. They arrive with a silent test, one that cannot be passed with noise or performance, but only through humility and grounded awareness. As your life expands, your spiritual connection must deepen. You must be vigilant, not in fear, but in wisdom. Discernment becomes your shield. In this season, not everyone who smiles is sincere, and not every opportunity is divinely aligned. Protect your peace like it's sacred, because it is the foundation upon which clarity is built, and clarity is the compass of spiritual purpose. The higher you rise, the more crucial it is to stay low in spirit, not to belittle yourself, but to stay connected to your source. Ego is subtle. It whispers through praise, through success, through attention. It convinces you that you earned this on your own. But humility remembers the divine hand behind the scenes. It honors the silent prayers, the private struggles, the unseen grace that carried you through. Humility is not weakness. It is spiritual strength, disguised as quiet confidence. It is what keeps your heart soft when power hardens others. Spiritual alignment requires that you pause often and return to your core. In a world that rewards noise, the chosen ones must choose stillness. Make time to reflect. Ask yourself the difficult questions. Are you still listening to the voice within? Are you still making decisions from a place of peace rather than pressure? Are you still walking with the same integrity when no one is watching? Expansion without reflection is a dangerous path. It builds empires on fragile ground. As abundance flows, the temptation to move faster will grow. But fast does not always mean aligned. Real elevation is sustainable. It multiplies without costing your soul. This is why spiritual grounding matters. It allows you to move with purpose, not just momentum. You are not here to be consumed by success. You are here to carry it with grace and transform it into something greater than yourself. Discernment sharpens in silence. Power matures through restraint. The blessing is not just in receiving, but in how you hold it. Will you hold it with fear or with faith? With pride or with purpose? The answers are revealed not in public moments, but in private ones. The spiritual path refines you behind closed doors long before it reveals you to the world. Peace is the most expensive gift you've been given. Guard it. Protect your spiritual space. Be selective with your energy your time, your circle. Humility will keep you connected to heaven, while discernment will help you navigate the noise of earth. Stay rooted in your truth, not in titles. Stay anchored in presence, not performance. For it is not the magnitude of the blessing that sustains your path. It is the depth of your humility that determines how far the blessing can take you. Leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful messages like this. Stay aligned with your blessings by choosing humility over ego. Type in the comments, "I grow in abundance," and stay grounded in gratitude. Six, your growth inspires others and impacts the collective. Your growth isn't just a personal achievement, it's a spiritual calling. Every breakthrough you've had, every moment of clarity, and every burden you've overcome has created a ripple far beyond your individual life. You may not see it, but your transformation is shifting the atmosphere around you. What once felt like private pain was actually a sacred process, designed not only to elevate you, but to awaken those silently watching from the shadows. As you rise, others feel that energy. Even if they don't say a word, their spirit recognizes the shift in yours. You become a mirror to their own potential, a reminder that change is possible. This is spiritual leadership in its purest form. Not leadership that demands attention, but leadership that radiates presence. You don't need a platform to lead. Your healed energy speaks louder than any title ever could. When you choose peace over retaliation, growth over comfort, discipline over distraction, you are preaching without words. Your life becomes a sermon. Your choices inspire those around you, not by pressure, but by presence. And those still trapped in illusion will feel something shift within themselves simply by being near you. Your transformation is not just a blessing for you, it's a divine tool for collective elevation. The spiritual impact you make often goes unnoticed by the eye, but never by the soul. You've become the one who breaks generational patterns, who rewrites narratives of limitation, who walks with quiet authority because you've earned it in silence. And for those still caught in confusion or fear, you now serve as a compass. They won't always understand what has changed, but they'll feel drawn to your light because it carries truth. The universe designed it this way. The growth you've embodied is part of a much larger orchestration, one that touches your community, your family line, even strangers who cross your path. Every healed wound within you becomes an opening for others to heal theirs. Every step you take in truth opens a doorway for others to leave behind deception. This is why your presence matters more than you realize. You are not just existing, you are vibrating at a frequency that makes the unseen realm shift. You are altering timelines through your choices. And while you may feel unseen, misunderstood, or even rejected by those unable to comprehend your growth, know this. Your light is not for validation, it's for illumination. You've passed through the fire for a reason. The blessings coming your way are not just compensation for pain, they're spiritual tools meant to help you expand your mission. You didn't come this far just to be congratulated. You came this far to activate others. Your life is the evidence. Your energy is the testimony. And your continued rise is the silent revolution that awakens the world, one soul at a time. If you've made it this far, comment below. My growth is a light to others. Your voice matters, and by sharing, you help uplift the collective. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a message that supports your spiritual journey. 7. This is just the beginning of your divine mission. You've completed the first phase, but this is far from the end. What lies ahead is deeper, higher, and even more aligned with your divine purpose. The struggles, the silence, the inner warfare was never meant to destroy you, only to shape you. And now that your foundation is solid, unshakable in spirit, and clear in vision, you no longer need to seek purpose. You've become a living expression of it. You're no longer wandering, questioning, or hesitating. You move with clarity because something within you has awakened a spiritual awakening that has changed everything from the inside out. The universe is now responding to your alignment. You will not have to search for your next chapter. It will unfold naturally before you. The right mentors will appear, those who carry wisdom that your soul has been quietly craving. Opportunities that once felt distant will now present themselves with divine timing, not because of luck, but because of spiritual readiness. These moments will not be random. They will be orchestrated by the same unseen forces that carried you through your lowest moments. Nothing was wasted. Every tear, every delay, every prayer, it built the path beneath your feet. You are stepping into assignments that require who you've become, not who you used to be. These new missions won't just demand your skills. They'll call for your depth, your healed heart, your grounded presence. You're not here to impress. You're here to awaken. And you'll do it not with noise, but with truth. The world is in need of the very light you once tried to dim to survive. That time is over. This is the season to stand tall in your knowing and to act with conviction. You are not chasing anymore. You are attracting. You are aligning. You are becoming. Stay faithful to your path. There will still be moments of testing, but now you understand they're not there to punish you. They're there to elevate you. Each one will refine your focus and expand your capacity. You've been trusted with more because you've proven your spirit is ready. The spiritual awakening you've undergone has shifted your entire atmosphere. You no longer react. You respond with purpose. You no longer rush. You trust divine timing. You no longer doubt, you discern. These are not small changes. They're the evidence of a deep inner transformation. Keep rising, not just for yourself, but for those who are watching you quietly. There are souls who will find their way simply because you kept walking. The blessings that are coming are not just for comfort, they're for legacy. You are building something that will outlast the pain it took to get here. Keep your heart open, your spirit grounded, and your vision high. This next level is not just a continuation, it's a divine unfolding. Let it come. Let it flow. You are ready. To affirm that you're ready for this next level of your divine mission, declare your alignment. Comment below, "I am walking in purpose," to honor your path and inspire others to rise into theirs. As you move forward, remember this: the test you didn't even realize you were passing was the very key unlocking the next level of your spiritual journey. You didn't just survive it, you transformed through it. Now, the blessings are already on their way, and your alignment with divine purpose will make them undeniable. If this message spoke to your spirit, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and spread the light. Make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another soul-shifting message. More revelations are coming, and you won't want to miss what's next. Money is actually a flowing spiritual energy. Lao Tzu wisely said, "The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." Today, we invite you to take that step with us as we explore an eye-opening concept: money as a flowing spiritual energy. Imagine if understanding the spiritual essence of money could open the doors to more abundance, personal growth, and happiness in your life. By shifting your mindset from scarcity to abundance, you can align yourself with this powerful energy. How do you currently view money? Is it a source of stress, or do you see it as a tool for growth? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on transforming your financial reality through spiritual energy. Let's dive in. 1. Shift your perception. Money as energy. Imagine shifting your perspective on money, no longer seeing it as a fixed, limited resource, but as a vibrant, ever-flowing energy. This shift in perception can profoundly transform your financial reality. Just as energy is fluid, adaptable, and constantly moving, so too does money circulate and respond to how we interact with it. When we begin to view money as a living, spiritual force, we naturally align ourselves with its inherent flow and abundance. Think of money like a river. When you approach it with fear, scarcity, or anxiety, you unknowingly create blockages that obstruct its natural movement, which can lead to financial stagnation or even loss. However, when you embrace money as a dynamic and spiritual resource, you encourage its natural flow, allowing it to expand and grow in alignment with your openness and trust. This mindset is increasingly relevant in today's world, where financial markets are deeply influenced by collective optimism, trust, and emotional energy. In the same way, your personal financial practices, such as budgeting, saving, and investing, can thrive when approached with an attitude of abundance and possibility. To truly understand and embrace money as spiritual energy is to recognize that it is a mirror of your intentions, beliefs, and actions. When you cultivate a positive, respectful, and intentional relationship with money, you open the door to greater financial prosperity and deeper personal fulfillment. By aligning yourself with the natural rhythm and flow of money, you transform your financial journey into one of harmony, ease, and success. If you're ready to take this step toward a new financial reality, one rooted in abundance, flow, and spiritual alignment, comment below with "I am aligned with abundance." Together, let's embark on this journey toward financial harmony and success. 2. Law of attraction and money. Money is often viewed in a purely transactional way, as something we use to purchase goods or pay for services. But what if I told you that money holds far more significance? In fact, money is a form of dynamic, flowing spiritual energy. While this idea may seem abstract or unfamiliar at first, understanding it can profoundly influence how you relate to your financial life. Imagine for a moment that money moves through your life like a continuous stream, much like energy. When we adopt a mindset that aligns with abundance and cultivate positive thoughts about money, we unlock the potential to attract more of it into our lives. This is precisely where the law of attraction comes into play. According to the law of attraction, whatever we focus our thoughts and energy on, is what we ultimately draw toward ourselves. If you're constantly fixated on the scarcity of money, or if you harbor negative attitudes toward it, you're unknowingly creating a barrier that repels financial abundance. On the other hand, if you begin to perceive money as a powerful tool for positive growth, not only in your own life, but also in the world around you, you'll be much more likely to attract financial success. It's all about shifting your inner beliefs and recognizing that, like any form of energy, money will flow where it is both valued and welcomed. Now let's consider how this principle manifests in real life. Picture a young entrepreneur who is just starting out, driven by a deep belief in their vision and an optimistic outlook on the financial rewards their venture could yield. This entrepreneur doesn't see money simply as a necessity, but as a vehicle for realizing their dreams and making a meaningful impact on their community. By holding this positive view and aligning their actions with it, they naturally draw in supportive clients, investors, and opportunities that help their business grow. Their financial success becomes a reflection not just of their hard work, but of their energetic alignment with the concept of abundance. Take a moment to reflect on your own life. How do you currently view money? Is it something that causes you anxiety, or do you see it as a powerful resource full of potential? By reorienting your perspective and focusing on the idea that money flows to you naturally when you view it positively, you set in motion a spiritual shift that has the power to transform not only your finances, but also your approach to life as a whole. This new mindset encourages you to ask deeper questions about your relationship with money and how it influences your well-being, aspirations, and personal growth. As you begin to see money as a form of spiritual energy, it's important to remain open, grateful, and proactive. Incorporate affirmations into your daily routine. Visualize your financial goals with clarity and purpose, and then take actionable steps toward those goals. By harmonizing your positive thoughts with purposeful actions, you activate the law of attraction and create the ideal conditions for financial prosperity to enter your life. The key lesson to take from all this is simple but powerful. Money, like energy, flourishes where it is met with positivity and appreciation. By embracing a mindset of abundance and viewing financial resources through a lens of opportunity and expansion, you not only invite wealth into your life, but you also begin a journey of spiritual growth and awakening. This shift will lead to a more enriched and prosperous life, where money flows to you naturally and with ease. So, how will you shift your mindset today to start attracting the financial abundance you are worthy of receiving? If this perspective on money as spiritual energy resonates with you, let's embark on this journey together. Share your commitment to this new mindset by leaving a comment below with "I am aligning with abundance" to affirm your dedication to financial transformation. Be sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on upcoming insights on channeling energy and inviting prosperity. Stay connected, and let's continue exploring the path to a more fulfilling and abundant life together. 3. Emotional energy shapes financial reality. Think of money not just as a tangible asset, but as a form of flowing spiritual energy that has a profound impact on both your financial circumstances and your emotional well-being. The way you perceive and feel about money is incredibly important. When you cultivate a positive mindset toward money, You open the doors for more of it to flow into your life. On the other hand, when you harbor negative thoughts or emotions about money such as fear, stress, or lack, you create energetic barriers that can push it away. This is a fundamental principle of manifestation. Your thoughts, beliefs, and emotions all work together to shape your financial reality. Imagine it like this. When you consistently feel a sense of abundance and gratitude around money, you attract more of it into your life. However, if you're caught in a cycle of worry, fear, or resentment towards money, you're likely to block that flow. The energy you send out is the energy you receive. The more positively you align with the concept of financial abundance, the more likely you are to see it materialize in your life. Tony Robbins once said, "The quality of your life is in direct proportion to the quality of your emotions." This quote underscores the critical role that managing your emotional state plays in your financial success. Take a moment to reflect. How are you currently feeling about money? Are you viewing it as a source of anxiety or stress? Or do you see it as an opportunity and a tool for freedom? By consciously shifting your mindset from one of scarcity or fear to one of abundance and possibility, you begin to attract the energy that aligns with wealth and prosperity. Wayne Dyer encapsulated this truth when he famously said, "Change the way you look at things, and the things you look at change." This wisdom applies directly to money manifestation. When you choose to adopt a positive, empowered perspective and actively visualize financial success, you set the stage for that success to become a reality. Manifesting money isn't just about wishing for more of it. It's about creating a mental and emotional environment that invites it into your life. Your beliefs, thoughts, and feelings create the vibrational frequency that either attracts or repels financial abundance. Take a moment to examine how your current beliefs and emotions around money might be shaping your financial situation. Are they uplifting and abundant, or do they reflect fear, worry, or limitation? By transforming your relationship with money and cultivating a mindset filled with positivity and gratitude, you enhance your ability to attract financial resources and maintain them. Ultimately, your emotional connection to money is one of the most crucial aspects of manifestation. When you understand and actively work on shifting your feelings toward money, turning them into feelings of gratitude, trust, and abundance, you become aligned with the energy that attracts wealth. If this message resonates with you, don't hesitate to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Join our growing community, where you'll discover powerful insights on how to harness the energy of your emotions to attract financial abundance. Start your journey today towards manifesting prosperity and creating a harmonious, positive relationship with money. 4. Gratitude and mindfulness in financial life. Embracing the flow of abundance, recognizing money as spiritual energy. Imagine this. Money isn't merely a collection of paper bills, coins, or numbers in a bank account. It is, at its essence, a flowing spiritual energy, capable of transforming your life when you come to understand its deeper significance. Just like a river that carves its way through valleys and plains, shaping the landscape as it travels, money similarly flows through our lives, influencing our experiences, relationships, and opportunities. To fully embrace this perspective, it requires a shift in how we approach money, not as something to control or simply manage, but as an energy to harmonize with. Instead of living from a place of fear and scarcity, this new understanding calls us to shift toward a mindset of abundance and receptivity. Gratitude is a key element in this transformation. By consciously focusing on the wealth that already surrounds you and cultivating an attitude of appreciation for it, you elevate your energy from one of lack to one of abundance. But this shift isn't just about material possessions or financial gains. It's about recognizing the true richness that permeates every aspect of your life. When you make a habit of expressing gratitude, you align yourself with the positive energy of this spiritual flow, unlocking new doors to prosperity and opportunity. For instance, acknowledging and appreciating even the smallest victories on your financial journey reinforces a cycle of positive energy, attracting more abundance in ways both seen and unseen. Mindfulness, in a similar way, calls you to be present and intentional in your financial decision-making. It means slowing down and examining your financial choices, ensuring they align with your higher values and long-term goals. In today's fast-paced society, where consumerism and the drive for instant gratification often cloud judgment, mindfulness becomes a necessary counterbalance. Through the practice of mindfulness, you build a conscious and deliberate relationship with money, one where your financial actions are purposeful, guided by your spiritual aspirations, and in harmony with your true self. This intentional approach guarantees that your financial life is not driven by reactive choices, but by decisions that resonate with your broader life vision. In the midst of modern life's financial pressures and the relentless pull of consumerism, integrating gratitude and mindfulness into your financial habits can bring a profound sense of peace and clarity. Begin by regularly reflecting on the things you are thankful for, not only in terms of material wealth, but in all areas of your life, relationships, experiences, and opportunities. This practice expands your perspective, helping you maintain a positive outlook that naturally attracts more opportunities for abundance. Likewise, take time to thoughtfully consider your financial decisions, ensuring that each choice you make is in alignment with your larger life goals and values. This mindful approach ensures that your financial journey is about much more than accumulating wealth. It's about cultivating a life that resonates deeply with your spiritual purpose. If you are ready to reshape your relationship with money and begin viewing it as a spiritual energy that flows through your life, we invite you to take the first step. Comment, "I'm embracing the flow" below to show your commitment to shifting your mindset towards one of abundance, mindfulness, and gratitude. Your engagement helps us create more empowering content that supports you on your journey to align your financial decisions with your spiritual aspirations. Together, let's embrace a life of prosperity, purpose, and fulfillment. Five, visualization and affirmations for wealth. Visualization and affirmations are incredibly effective tools for reshaping your financial mindset. Rather than simply hoping for financial success, envision your ideal financial situation as though it has already materialized. Picture yourself living comfortably, pursuing your passions, and reaching your financial goals. This process helps you align your thoughts and energy with this desired reality. In tandem, affirmations, positive statements you regularly repeat, reinforce this new mindset. When you say affirmations like, "I am financially abundant," or "money flows easily into my life," you're not just saying words, you're sending a powerful message to your subconscious mind that you are ready to receive abundance. Consider this in a real-life context. Sarah, a freelance graphic designer, used to face the struggle of inconsistent income. She decided to shift her approach using visualization and affirmations. Every day, Sarah visualized herself landing high-paying projects and getting paid on time. She also practiced affirmations such as, "I attract high-value clients who appreciate my work." As her mindset changed, Sarah noticed a steady increase in opportunities, a more consistent flow of work, and a rise in her income. Her experience illustrates how a mental shift can open new doors for financial growth. Now, think about how this concept could apply to your life. How might your financial circumstances improve if you started visualizing your goals and supporting them with affirmations? What changes could occur if you approached your financial challenges with a mindset of abundance instead of scarcity? On the path to spiritual growth, we often come to understand that money, like any form of energy, responds to our thoughts and beliefs. By cultivating a positive financial mindset through visualization and affirmations, you allow yourself to align with the natural flow of prosperity. The main takeaway here is that your financial situation is intricately connected to your internal mindset. Visualization and affirmations aren't about wishful thinking. They're about aligning your mental and emotional state with your financial aspirations. As you adopt this practice, you may begin to notice opportunities and financial improvements manifesting in your life. Start today by visualizing your ideal financial future and affirming your ability to achieve it. Your thoughts and beliefs hold the power to change your financial destiny, leading you toward greater prosperity and fulfillment. If these insights resonate with you, share your excitement by commenting, "I'm ready to transform," below. Your feedback helps us continue exploring powerful tools for financial success. 6. Goal setting as energy channeling. Establishing clear financial goals is akin to channeling your energy toward the specific outcomes you desire. As Tony Robbins wisely said, setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible. By defining your financial aspirations with precision, you provide your journey with direction, clarity, and intent. Consider your goals as the compass guiding you through the often complex and overwhelming landscape of personal finance. Without these goals, managing your financial life can feel like wandering through a maze without a map. Once you've identified your objectives, it's crucial to develop a comprehensive plan to reach them. This involves breaking down your big picture ambitions into manageable, actionable steps, such as crafting a budget, starting an investment plan, or saving for specific purposes. As the poet Rumi once reflected, when you let go of who you are, you become who you might be. In a similar way, detailed planning transforms your once abstract financial dreams into tangible realities. An essential part of this process is regularly tracking your progress. Checking in on how well you're aligned with your goals not only keeps you accountable, but also allows for flexibility, giving you the opportunity to revise your plan when circumstances change. Motivational speaker Zig Ziglar once shared, "What you get by achieving your goals is not as important as what you become by achieving your goals." Monitoring your progress ensures that, beyond the financial rewards, you're evolving into a person capable of sustaining lasting success. To truly harness the spiritual energy surrounding money, begin by setting clear financial goals. What do you envision for your future wealth? Next, Formulate a detailed plan that breaks these goals into concrete actions, and then commit to tracking your progress on a regular basis. Manifestation is all about aligning your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors with your desired outcomes. As Jack Canfield stated, you just have to know what you want and be willing to take the steps to get it. So, how will you channel this energy today to manifest your financial dreams? The time to turn those aspirations into reality is now. Declare your commitment by leaving a comment that says, "I'm ready to set my goals," and take the first step toward building your financial future. Join us on this journey toward success by signing up today. 7. Turning setbacks into spiritual growth. Think of money not just as a tangible financial resource, but as a dynamic spiritual energy that weaves itself into every aspect of your life's journey. Financial setbacks, though often seen as purely negative events, can actually serve as powerful catalysts for personal and spiritual development. These challenges invite you to cultivate resilience by prompting you to reflect, adapt, and ultimately achieve a deeper understanding of both your financial habits and your inner self. Consider the example of Emma, a small business owner who encountered a serious financial crisis. Rather than being consumed by fear or frustration, Emma viewed this hardship as a crucial learning moment. She used it to reassess her approach to her finances, improve her business strategy, and grow from the experience. This shift in perspective not only aided her in bouncing back from the crisis, but also sparked profound growth in her personal and spiritual life. Now, reflect on your own response to financial difficulties. When obstacles arise, do you perceive them as insurmountable barriers, or do you recognize them as opportunities for learning, transformation, and growth? By shifting your perspective and viewing money as a form of flowing spiritual energy, you can reframe financial challenges as valuable life lessons. Resilience, in this light, is the ability to extract wisdom from these experiences, helping you maintain balance in both your material and spiritual pursuits. It's about harmonizing your financial decisions with your broader journey toward personal fulfillment and spiritual evolution. Keep in mind that the true secret to overcoming financial obstacles lies in your mindset. The ability to transform setbacks into stepping stones that lead to greater understanding, balance, and inner peace. 8. Networking and learning fuel prosperity. In this world, spirituality is not a distant or abstract concept, but rather a vital force that intertwines with how we understand and manage wealth. To truly access and channel the power of this spiritual energy flowing through our financial lives, it's essential to fully engage in the dynamic processes of networking and lifelong learning. Imagine your financial journey as a vast river, where the flow and direction are influenced by the individuals you connect with and the knowledge you continuously seek to acquire. Building relationships with individuals who share your values and aspirations isn't simply about exchanging business cards or attending networking events. It's about cultivating a community that mirrors and amplifies your financial goals and spiritual principles. When you align yourself with those who hold similar visions and beliefs, you create a network that not only supports, but elevates your understanding of wealth as a spiritual energy. This community provides you with insight, perspective, and ongoing awareness of financial trends and opportunities. It transforms your approach to wealth creation, moving it beyond a purely transactional pursuit into something that holds deep spiritual significance. Equally important is the role of education in this journey. It's not enough to simply accumulate financial knowledge. True growth comes when you begin to shift your mindset, seeing money as an extension of your spiritual evolution. Constant learning ensures you stay informed about strategies, market shifts, and economic changes, preparing you to navigate opportunities with confidence and wisdom. When you approach education as a lifelong commitment, you adopt a mindset of continuous growth and adaptability. This is essential not only for financial success, but for personal and spiritual development as well. In essence, integrating spirituality into your financial practices allows you to view each decision and transaction as a piece of a larger tapestry of abundance. By surrounding yourself with people who inspire, challenge, and uplift you, and by dedicating yourself to ongoing education, you align yourself with the powerful flow of spiritual energy that money represents. This approach not only sharpens your financial skills, but deepens your connection to the greater currents of prosperity, fulfillment, and spiritual abundance. Ultimately, embracing the transformative power of networking and education is key to reshaping your financial journey. These are not just tools for success. They are integral to your spiritual growth and your understanding of wealth as a dynamic, flowing force. By fostering meaningful connections with others and dedicating yourself to a path of continuous learning, you open yourself to a richer, more integrated experience of prosperity. Financial success and spiritual development become intertwined, allowing you to experience abundance on multiple levels. If you're ready to embark on this transformative journey, where financial growth and spiritual understanding converge, then this video is for you. Discover the powerful combination of networking and education, and see how aligning your financial goals with your spiritual growth can open new doors to prosperity. Be sure to like, subscribe, and join our growing community to stay connected with the latest insights and strategies for achieving a more abundant, fulfilling life. As we conclude today's exploration of money as a flowing spiritual energy, remember that your mindset is the key to unlocking abundance. By embracing the idea that money is not just a physical resource, but a dynamic spiritual energy, you allow its natural flow into your life, transforming not only your finances, but also your personal growth and happiness. How are you planning to shift your perspective on money today? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And if this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join our community at Spiritual Wisdom. Together, let's continue this journey of abundance, aligning with the spiritual energy of prosperity and fulfillment. The Trinity explained without confusion. Finally, understand God. The greatest mystery of the Christian faith is not meant to confuse us. It's meant to invite us closer. These words hold true when we talk about the Trinity, one God in three persons: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. For many, the Trinity feels like a complicated puzzle. But what if it's actually the key to a deeper relationship with God? In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we're breaking it down clearly and simply so you can finally understand the Trinity, not as a concept, but as a reality that transforms your spiritual walk. If you've ever felt unsure or curious about how the Father, Son, and Spirit work together in your life, this is your moment of clarity. Comment below what the Trinity means to you, or ask your biggest question. Let's grow in truth together. 1. The Trinity is the core of Christianity, not an optional mystery. The Trinity is not a side topic or a theological bonus for advanced believers. It is the core of Christianity. One God in three persons, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. This divine relationship is the foundation of our faith, and when it is misunderstood, everything else starts to unravel. A shallow understanding of the Trinity leads to shallow worship, confused prayer, and even a distorted sense of who God is. Without a clear view of the Trinity, salvation becomes just a concept. Prayer turns into a ritual, worship loses intimacy, and our relationship with God remains distant. The Father is the source, the one who plans, initiates, and calls. The Son is the Word made flesh, who steps into time to accomplish redemption through the cross. The Spirit is not a force or a feeling, but the living presence of God within us, our teacher, comforter, and guide. These are not three gods acting separately, but one God revealing himself in perfect unity. They work together, never apart. This unity is not passive. It's deeply active in your spiritual journey, shaping the way you relate to God and how you live out your faith. The moment you begin to understand this divine harmony, your spiritual awakening begins to accelerate. Prayer becomes more than just words. It becomes a conversation with the Father through the authority of the Son and with the help of the Spirit. Worship becomes an encounter where you're not just singing to a distant God, but responding to the love of a Father, the sacrifice of a Savior, and the presence of a Spirit who lives in you. Your identity becomes rooted in the truth that you were created in the image of a relational God, not isolated, not independent, but designed for connection. Everything begins to change when you stop seeing the Trinity as a mystery to avoid and start seeing it as a relationship to embrace. This isn't doctrine for the sake of doctrine. It's not theology for intellectual pride. It's about transformation. It's about knowing that the Father wanted you, the Son gave his life for you, and the Spirit now empowers you. This is the fullness of God, working in perfect unity to bring you into wholeness. The Trinity is not a puzzle to solve. It is a divine invitation to experience God completely. In this truth, you will not only understand your faith more clearly, you will live it more powerfully. Are you ready to deepen your understanding of who God truly is? If so, comment below. I embrace the Trinity to affirm your commitment to spiritual growth. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss a moment of truth that can transform your faith. 2. The Father is not distant. He is loving, intentional, and present. God the Father is not distant. He is loving, intentional, and present in every moment of your life. He is not a cold observer watching from the heavens, but the very source of all creation and the planner of salvation itself. He didn't create the world and then withdraw. Instead, he remains actively involved, guiding, providing, and constantly reaching out to restore connection with his children. This spiritual truth is essential to understand because it reshapes how you see yourself and your relationship with him, not as a servant earning favor, but as a beloved child already accepted. He is not angry or emotionally detached. If that were true, he wouldn't have sent Jesus. The very act of sending his only Son is the greatest proof of his desire for connection, not performance. As Scripture says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, not to condemn the world, but to save it." This act reveals a Father who is deeply invested in restoring what was broken, not out of obligation, but out of divine love. His motivation was never guilt or wrath. It was always love and longing. The spiritual reality of the Trinity reflects this perfectly unified love. The Father planned redemption, the Son accomplished it, and the Spirit applies it to our hearts. This means every time you feel the Spirit comforting you, guiding you, or convicting you, it's the Father's presence moving through your life. Every time you reflect on the cross, it's the Father's heart saying, "You matter to me." He didn't wait for you to get everything right before drawing near. He came close while you were still broken, unsure, and searching. The Father doesn't want your perfection. He wants your presence. He doesn't need your flawless behavior. He desires your open heart. Spiritual growth is not about earning his approval, but awakening to the truth that you already have it. He calls you his child. And that identity is not fragile, it's firm, because it is built on love that never changes. Paul wrote, "You received God's Spirit when he adopted you as his own children. Now we call him Abba, Father." That word Abba speaks of closeness, of intimacy, of a Father who invites you to draw near, not out of fear, but out of trust. So when you pray, when you question, even when you feel unworthy, remember, you are not calling out to someone who is far away. You are speaking to the Father who knows your every thought and still chooses you. He is not hiding. He is not punishing. He is present right here, right now, with love that is steady, deep, and eternal. This is not just doctrine. This is the spiritual foundation that transforms your heart, your faith, and your entire life. If this message has reminded you of the Father's love, comment below. God is close, and I am his child. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another message that speaks to your soul. 3. Jesus is fully God and fully man, not just a moral teacher. Jesus is not just a wise man or moral teacher. He is God in the flesh. He is the eternal Word through whom all things were made, the Creator who stepped into creation to redeem what was lost. This truth forms the spiritual foundation of Christianity. Unlike prophets who spoke about God, Jesus spoke as God. He wasn't a messenger. He was the message. To see him is to see the Father, and to know him is to experience the heart of God himself. His identity is not symbolic or metaphorical. It is literal, personal, and powerful. Yet he was also fully human. He felt the sting of betrayal, the warmth of friendship, the weariness of labor, and the agony of suffering. He ate, slept, wept, and prayed. Without his full humanity, there would be no bridge between us and heaven. His footsteps on dusty roads remind us that God understands every part of the human journey. The spiritual depth of this truth is that he didn't just observe our pain from above, he stepped into it. In him, the divine chose to experience what it means to be human, so that no one could ever say, "God doesn't understand me." But just as his humanity brings him close, his divinity gives his mission power. Only God himself could carry the full weight of the world's sin and defeat death. A mere man cannot save mankind. If Jesus were not fully God, then the cross would be a tragedy, not a triumph. But because he is divine, his sacrifice holds eternal value. It wasn't just a death, it was a victory. This is the essence of the spiritual life, not trying to earn salvation, but receiving it from the one who already paid it in full. Every religion in the world teaches some version of man reaching up to God. But in Jesus, God reached down to man. He didn't wait for us to become holy enough, wise enough, or worthy enough. He came while we were still broken, still searching, still lost. This changes everything. As C.S. Lewis wrote, "The Son of God became a man to enable men to become sons of God." That is not just a theological idea. It is a spiritual reality that transforms how we see ourselves and how we live. The divinity and humanity of Jesus are not optional beliefs. They are the very structure of salvation. Remove either one, and the whole spiritual house collapses, but hold them together, and you find a Savior who is powerful enough to rescue and personal enough to walk beside you. In him, the fullness of heaven meets the depth of earth. That's why the cross is not just about pain, it's about presence. It is God's way of saying, "I love you enough to come all the way down." And that truth still invites you into transformation today. If you believe Jesus is both fully God and fully man, and that he came down to redeem you, then declare it in faith. I receive this truth, Jesus is my Savior, fully God, fully man. I trust him completely. 4. The Holy Spirit is not a force. He is God living inside you. The Holy Spirit is not a mystical force or an emotional high that comes and goes. He is not a fleeting feeling, a warm sensation, or a power to be manipulated. He is a person, the third person of the Trinity, and he is God dwelling inside you. He is the very presence of God taking residence in your heart, not as a visitor, but as a permanent companion. This truth changes everything. You are not following a religion from the outside. You are walking with God from the inside. The spiritual awakening begins when you realize this. The Spirit of God is not around you. He is within you. Because the Holy Spirit is a person, you relate to him personally. He speaks, leads, corrects, comforts, and empowers. He convicts your heart, not to condemn, but to align you with the truth. He gently points out the hidden attitudes and choices that are pulling you away from God's best. He comforts you in your grief, whispers peace into your chaos, and strengthens your spirit when you feel weak. He teaches you, illuminating the Word of God, so it speaks directly to your situation. He brings clarity where there was confusion and calm where there was anxiety. And above all, he transforms you, not with pressure, but with power. His work in you is constant, steady, and deeply personal. Without the Holy Spirit, you cannot live the life Jesus calls you to. You can try, but it will be frustrating and exhausting. Following Jesus without the Spirit is like trying to build a house without tools. You might have the blueprint, but you lack the strength and guidance to build it. It's the Spirit who enables you to love deeply, forgive fully, trust continually, and persevere faithfully. You cannot produce the fruit of the Spirit, love, joy, peace, patience without the Spirit himself dwelling in you. Religion may modify behavior, but only the Spirit transforms the heart. This is why the Spirit doesn't just visit, he dwells. He makes his home in you. Your body becomes his temple. And from that place of spiritual union, everything flows. Prayer is no longer a duty, but a dialogue. Worship becomes intimacy, not performance. Reading scripture becomes revelation, not ritual. and everyday decisions become spirit-led moments of wisdom, not random guesswork. This is not a distant God you're trying to please. This is a living God working through you, renewing your mind, and reshaping your life. The Holy Spirit is the key to your spiritual awakening. He is the power behind your transformation and the presence that makes your faith real. When you live aware of Him, sensitive to His voice, surrendered to His leadership, you step into a life that is not just spiritually alive, but spiritually empowered. This is the life Jesus promised, and the life the Holy Spirit provides from the inside out. If this message has touched your spirit, declare your faith in the comments. The Holy Spirit lives in me. I am never alone. Let this be your reminder that God Himself dwells within you, guiding and empowering your every step. 5. The Trinity works in unity, always has, always will. From creation to salvation, the Trinity has always moved as one. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are not three disconnected forces working in isolation. They are perfectly united in love, purpose, and power. The Father is the divine planner, the one who envisioned the masterpiece of creation and orchestrated the grand design of redemption. The Son, Jesus Christ, is the one who carries out that plan in human history, stepping into our world to reveal the heart of God, to suffer for our sins, and to rise in victory. The Holy Spirit is the one who applies this eternal work into your present reality, guiding your thoughts, shaping your heart, and empowering your spirit to live in divine alignment. This unity is not just a theological concept reserved for scholars. It is a spiritual reality unfolding in your life right now. When God said, "Let us make man in our image," He wasn't speaking to angels. He was revealing the inner life of the Trinity, a spiritual conversation among Father, Son, and Spirit. That same unity wasn't just present in Genesis, it remained consistent throughout the Bible. At Jesus' baptism, the Father spoke from heaven, the Son stood in the water, and the Spirit descended like a dove. Three persons, one God, in perfect harmony. That harmony is not abstract. It's the blueprint of how divine presence touches your personal story. The Father plans with love. The Son accomplishes through sacrifice. The Spirit applies with power. This rhythm is happening within you every single day. You don't need to struggle to feel close to God. The Spirit is already dwelling in you, revealing the Son, and drawing you to the heart of the Father. The Trinity's unity makes it possible for you to walk through life not in confusion, but in clarity, not in separation, but in connection. Their spiritual oneness makes your wholeness possible. And this divine unity isn't static. It's active, alive, and transformative. You were created not just by God, but by a God who is relational in His very nature. The same spiritual intimacy that exists within the Trinity is what God desires with you. Jesus prayed that just as He and the Father are one, you too would be one with them. This means you're invited into the divine flow, not as a spectator, but as a participant. Your spiritual growth, your healing, your transformation, all of it is the result of this sacred relationship. Understanding the Trinity changes everything. It deepens how you pray, because you now see prayer as a dialogue with a loving Father, made possible by the Son and inspired by the Spirit. It changes how you worship, because you're not singing to a distant God, but to a unified presence that knows you, walks with you, and lives within you. And it transforms how you see your life, because you're not alone. You're part of something eternal, something holy, something spiritually complete. The Trinity is not three gods working separately. It is one God moving in harmony, a spiritual dance of love that always has been and always will be. And that same spiritual unity is working through your story right now, weaving your past, present, and future into a divine design that leads to peace, power, and purpose. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful truths like this. The Trinity is working in unity right now in your life. Comment below, God is working all things together for me, if you're ready to receive the fullness of His divine plan. 6. Christianity is about relationships with the whole Trinity. Most people only connect with one part of God, often missing out on the fullness of who He is. But Christianity is not about picking one aspect of the divine to relate to. It's about entering into a daily, living relationship with the entire Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. This is not a theological theory. It is a spiritual reality meant to transform every part of your life. The Father is your creator and source, the one who holds all things together. When you pray to the Father, you're not reaching out to a distant deity, but to the very one who designed your soul and planned your purpose. Jesus said, "Our Father in heaven," because He knew that relationship with the Father is the foundation of spiritual life. But it doesn't end there. The Son, Jesus Christ, is not only your Savior, He is your victory. Through Him, you don't just hope for salvation, you walk in it. You live in freedom, knowing that you are no longer condemned, no longer bound by shame or fear. Jesus conquered death, so you could conquer the lies that try to limit your life. As Paul wrote, "Christ lives in me." And when you believe that, you carry His strength, His wisdom, and His courage wherever you go. The spiritual life is not about trying harder. It's about abiding deeper in the victory that Jesus already won. Then there's the Holy Spirit, often the most misunderstood, yet the most intimate part of the Trinity. He is not a feeling or a mystical force. He is God living inside of you, guiding your steps, speaking truth to your heart, and empowering you to live out your calling. When you are led by the Spirit, life becomes more than survival. It becomes a divine adventure, full of insight, conviction, and transformation. He teaches you to walk in spiritual discernment, not just human logic. He reveals what's unseen and reminds you who you are when the world tries to make you forget. When you connect with the Trinity as a whole, your spiritual practices shift from obligation to intimacy. Prayer is no longer a ritual. It becomes a conversation with a Father who listens. Worship is no longer a routine. It becomes an overflow of gratitude to the Son who set you free. Faith is no longer hard to hold. It becomes a natural result of being guided by the Spirit. You begin to live as someone who doesn't just know about God, but walks with Him, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit in every moment of your day. This is the spiritual connection your soul was designed for. It is wholeness. It is power. It is a relationship in its highest form. If you're still with us, comment below. I'm walking with the Trinity to show you're embracing a full relationship with God. Your feedback helps us connect deeper with our community. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss messages that strengthen your faith. 7. You were created in the image of a relational God. You were formed in the image of a God who exists in perfect relationship. In the very first chapter of Genesis, we see this divine communion expressed when God said, "Let us make man in our image." This wasn't a solitary act. It was a decision made within the unity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The word "us" reveals something powerful. Before humanity even breathed its first breath, we were already wrapped in the context of divine connection. You were not created to be independent of relationship. You were made from relationship and for relationship. This spiritual design is not symbolic. It is foundational to your identity. Everything you long for, belonging, healing, meaning, and love, flows from your connection to the one who made you. The Father is your source, the Son is your Redeemer, and the Spirit is your guide. Together, they form the divine image in which you were created. When you feel lost or broken, it's not because you are lacking worth. It's because something sacred within you longs to return to that original connection. Healing doesn't come from escaping your pain. It comes from reuniting with the one who carries your design. Your spiritual awakening begins the moment you realize that you were never meant to carry the weight of your life alone. The identity you seek is not built through achievement or performance. It is already present, rooted in the love of a relational God who breathed life into you with purpose. The Father planned your days before time began. The Son entered into your suffering and overcame it. The Spirit now lives within you to reveal truth, comfort your soul, and lead you into all things that align with heaven's purpose for your life. And so, your calling is not random. It's not something you have to chase with anxiety or fear. It is revealed through intimacy with the Trinity. As you draw near to the heart of God, Father, Son, and Spirit, you begin to walk in alignment with who you truly are. You discover that your gifts, your passions, and even your pain were never wasted. They were always part of a greater spiritual story, one that unfolds in relationship, not in isolation. When you disconnect from that spiritual relationship, confusion and identity crisis take root. But when you return, when you open your heart to the full expression of the Trinity, you begin to live from a place of divine alignment. Your soul finds rest. Your mind gains clarity. Your heart begins to beat with the rhythm of heaven again. This is not theology for scholars. It is transformation for the soul. And this transformation is the fruit of spiritual awakening, born in the presence of the God who made you, sees you, and loves you completely. To affirm your divine design and embrace the relationship you were created for, declare it today. Comment below, "I was made for connection," to honor your journey with the Father, Son, and Spirit, and encourage others to step into true spiritual intimacy. As a chosen one, your path is sacred, and not everyone is meant to walk it with you. Trust the distance, honor your energy, and remember, your solitude is not loneliness, it's divine alignment. If this message spoke to your soul, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear this, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss our next powerful message to guide you on your spiritual journey. Your light is rare, protect it. We'll see you in the next video. If this is happening in your body, you are experiencing a spiritual awakening. The wound is the place where the light enters you. Rumi, welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we explore the deep truths that lead to lasting transformation. Today's video uncovers a powerful truth. spiritual awakening doesn't always look like peace. It often begins in the body, through discomfort, fatigue, or unexpected emotional shifts. These physical signs are not setbacks. They are signals that your soul is expanding beyond the limits of the old self. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Have you felt these changes lately? Leave a comment below sharing your experience, and let's grow together. If this message speaks to you, like and share it to help others recognize the signs of their own awakening. 1. Spiritual awakening is not always peaceful. Many people assume that a spiritual awakening feels like entering a state of calm clarity, where life suddenly becomes peaceful, joyful, and effortlessly aligned. But in truth, the process is rarely so gentle. What actually happens for most is far more intense and confusing. It often begins with a deep internal disruption, a shaking of everything you once believed to be stable. You might feel overwhelmed, disoriented, and even physically unwell. These are not signs that something is wrong with you. They are signs that your inner world is shifting, breaking down old patterns to make space for something much deeper to emerge. The body reacts first. It may begin to purge old energy, and you might experience unusual physical symptoms, headaches, fatigue, body aches, or hypersensitivity to light and sound. These aren't random sensations. They are the body's way of realigning itself to a higher vibration as your consciousness expands. As your spiritual energy rises, your physical vessel has to catch up. It's adjusting to a new rhythm, and that transition can feel exhausting. Yet, it is necessary. These discomforts mark the beginning of a profound transformation. At the same time, emotionally, you may swing between extremes. You might feel moments of deep love and understanding, followed by waves of sadness, anger, or fear. Old wounds you thought you had forgotten rise to the surface, not to torment you, but to be released. This emotional detox is essential. It's the soul's way of clearing out everything that is no longer in harmony with your truth. You may start to question everything about your job, your relationships, your purpose. This questioning is not a crisis. It is clarity forming through chaos. Your awakening challenges your old identity. It strips away false beliefs and forces you to see yourself and the world with new eyes. This can feel deeply uncomfortable, even painful. But it is also empowering, because with every layer that falls away, you become more aligned with who you truly are, not the version of yourself shaped by fear, survival, or expectations, but the soul-led self that's been waiting to rise. And as that self emerges, the confusion begins to shift into knowing. The pain begins to transform into power. The chaos begins to settle into peace. These experiences, both physical and emotional, are not setbacks. They are evidence that you are being initiated into a higher level of consciousness. A spiritual awakening is not always peaceful, but it is always purposeful. Every ache, every tear, every doubt is part of the sacred unraveling that brings you closer to your authentic self. Comment below, "I embrace the awakening," if you're ready to honor your spiritual journey, even through the chaos. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights that support your transformation. Tap the bell so you never miss a moment of truth. 2. Physical symptoms and body transformation. Your body is not just flesh and bones. It is a living reflection of your spiritual evolution. When you begin to experience a true spiritual awakening, one of the most noticeable shifts often happens within your physical body. You may suddenly find yourself dealing with unexplainable weight changes. One moment, your clothes feel tighter. The next, they hang loosely. These fluctuations aren't random. They're signs that your body is energetically detoxing, releasing years of stored trauma, emotional suppression, and lower vibrational energies. Every pound lost or gained might represent layers of pain or protection that your soul no longer needs to carry. Your posture may subtly shift without you even realizing it. You might begin to stand taller, with more openness in your chest, or your shoulders might soften after years of unconscious tension. These changes come from within. As you let go of old stories, guilt, fear, and emotional burdens, your physical frame begins to mirror that inner liberation. It's as if the body is sighing in relief after holding in so much for so long. Even your facial expressions may change. Your eyes might appear brighter, your skin more vibrant, reflecting a lighter spirit within. Energy levels are another clear indicator of this transformation. One day, you may feel a deep fatigue, as if your body is weighed down by something invisible. The next, you might feel bursts of energy and creativity that seem to come from nowhere. These waves are not irregularities. They're part of your nervous system, adjusting to the higher frequencies of spiritual consciousness. Your body is recalibrating itself to match your expanding awareness, which requires periods of stillness and restoration, followed by spurts of energetic alignment. The truth is, your body remembers everything. As Dr. Joe Dispenza says, your body is your unconscious mind. That means the aches, the tension, the sudden cravings or aversions, they all hold meaning. When spiritual awakening begins, it triggers the body to process what the mind may not fully understand yet. Old emotions rise to the surface so they can be felt, healed, and released. Your physical vessel becomes an active participant in your rebirth, constantly communicating with you through symptoms, sensations, and subtle messages. This is why honoring your physical self is crucial during a spiritual awakening. When your body signals exhaustion, don't push rest. When it craves water, movement, or silence, listen. Treat your body as sacred because it is. It is the temple that carries your soul through this transformation. The fatigue, the restlessness, the tingling sensations, or sudden tears, they are not signs of weakness. They are evidence of your spiritual DNA activating, your inner light pushing through old darkness, and your spirit realigning with truth. Understanding these physical symptoms can help you stop fearing them and start honoring them as sacred milestones. You're not falling apart, you're shedding layers that no longer belong to the person you're becoming. This is healing. This is awakening. And it's happening not just in your thoughts or emotions, but in every cell, every muscle, every breath of your being. If this message resonates with what you're experiencing in your body, leave a comment of faith. I trust the transformation. My body is healing, and my spirit is rising. Let this be your declaration of alignment with divine healing and renewal. 3. Emotional release, reflected in the body. One of the most powerful but often overlooked signs of a spiritual awakening is how your body responds to deep emotional healing. When you begin to release suppressed emotions, especially those tied to past traumas or limiting beliefs, your physical form starts to reflect that release in subtle yet noticeable ways. You may experience sudden weight loss, not because you changed your lifestyle, but because your body is no longer carrying the emotional burden it once did. The nervous system, once locked in a state of fight or flight, begins to relax, signaling that the old survival-based tension is no longer necessary. As emotional weight dissolves, physical weight can go with it. Alternatively, you might notice moments of water retention or swelling in certain areas of your body. While this may seem alarming, it's often the body's way of holding space for deep emotional processing. In many spiritual traditions, water is a symbol of emotion, and your body, like a tide, may swell during times of intense energetic movement. It's not random. It's not dysfunction. It's evidence of release of transformation. Your body is purging energetic residue that it has quietly held onto, sometimes for decades. These changes are not symptoms of something going wrong. They are signals that something sacred is being made right. When you confront emotional wounds, whether through inner work, therapy, meditation, or forgiveness, the stored memories within your cells begin to shift. It is a process of energetic detox. Old pain might temporarily rise to the surface as your body clears space for new frequencies. Some people experience temporary fatigue, skin breakouts, or muscle tension. Others feel vibrations or tingling sensations throughout their body. All of this is a reflection of internal restructuring, a literal rewriting of the energy patterns that once defined your emotional reality. The body, in its wisdom, does not lie. It doesn't care about social masks or appearances. It responds only to truth. And during a spiritual awakening, truth becomes unavoidable. Every layer of unresolved emotion, every inherited belief that no longer serves you, begins to surface, and your body becomes the mirror. You may feel discomfort, confusion, or even fear as these changes arise. But the key is to stay present and listen. Your body is not malfunctioning. It is recalibrating. It is purifying itself so that your spirit can rise unburdened. This is especially significant for men who, for years or even lifetimes, have been conditioned to suppress emotions and disconnect from the language of the body. But true strength lies in integration, not suppression. Allowing yourself to feel, to release, and to transform is not a sign of weakness. It's the foundation of real power. As you move deeper into your spiritual path, your body will continue to speak. Sometimes with clarity, sometimes in mystery, but always with intention. Every shift is meaningful. When you begin to understand this connection between emotional release and physical change, you gain a new level of spiritual awareness. You stop seeing symptoms as problems and start recognizing them as progress. Healing is not always neat or linear, but it is always purposeful. You are not falling apart. You are being rebuilt. Are you experiencing physical shifts as your emotions begin to heal? These changes are not random. They're signs of deep inner transformation. If you're ready to release what no longer serves you and align your body with your soul's healing, comment below. I am releasing and healing to affirm your commitment to this powerful journey. 4. The eyes reflect spiritual growth. The eyes are often said to be the windows to the soul, and during a spiritual awakening, this becomes more than just a poetic phrase. It becomes truth made visible. One of the clearest signs that something deep is shifting within you is the sudden brightness, clarity, and intensity in your eyes. They start to look more alive, as if lit from within. This transformation isn't just about better sleep or physical health. It's a reflection of inner purification. As you release years of emotional pain, shame, regret, or trauma, your soul becomes lighter, and your eyes reflect that freedom. You're not just seeing the world differently. The world is also seeing you differently. People begin to notice. They might say, "You look different," or that your presence feels more peaceful. What they're sensing is the energy behind your eyes, the quiet strength of someone who has touched something sacred within themselves. This brightness doesn't come from trying harder or pretending to be positive. It's the natural result of healing. When you shed emotional burdens, when you truly begin to forgive yourself and others, the weight that once dulled your gaze disappears. Your eyes regain their natural radiance, their divine spark. You're no longer hiding behind unresolved emotions or masks. You are becoming transparent to your truth, and the eyes become the first place where this shows. You may even find it hard to recognize yourself in the mirror. There's a softness, a depth, a new kind of intensity that wasn't there before. That is the gaze of a soul returning to its original vibration. During a spiritual awakening, your energy begins to align with divine truth, and the eyes become a spiritual mirror. They are reflecting back to you the clarity that now exists within. This is why others are drawn to your eyes. They feel safe, seen, and somehow more connected without even knowing why. The energy behind your eyes carries the signature of spiritual awakening. As emotional healing continues, your body keeps responding. The lines of stress may soften, your expression becomes more relaxed, and your aura feels less reactive. This is not a surface-level makeover. It's your spirit changing your biology. Without any effort to control how you appear, your eyes begin to tell a different story. They no longer carry the sadness of the past, but the presence of someone who is aware, conscious, and spiritually alive. That clarity can't be faked. It's the kind of beauty that glows from the inside out. Every time you look into your eyes and notice that change, remember it's sacred. You are witnessing the evidence of inner work made visible. The soul doesn't lie, and neither do the eyes. They're not just reflecting your transformation, they are leading it. In a world filled with distraction and noise, your eyes are silently telling the truth. Something inside you is awakening, and it's more powerful than anything outside of you. That is the silent power of a true spiritual awakening. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Your spiritual growth is reflected in your eyes, and your light inspires others. Comment below. My eyes reflect my inner healing and spiritual awakening. 5. Ego death and loss of old identity. Ego death marks one of the most intense and transformative stages of a spiritual awakening. It's not merely a poetic phrase, it's the unraveling of everything you thought you were. The identity you've built over the years, based on success, roles, appearance, and the opinions of others, starts to dissolve. This sudden disconnection from your old self can bring waves of confusion, anxiety, and emotional detachment. You may no longer feel at home in your own life. The activities that once excited you, the relationships that once defined you, and even your dreams may begin to feel distant or meaningless. This is not a sign of failure. It is the shedding of false layers so that your authentic spiritual self can emerge. The ego is loud, constantly narrating your life, comparing, judging, labeling, and striving to control. But during this process, that voice begins to fade. In its place, a stillness enters, a strange silence that can feel both peaceful and unsettling. Without the ego constantly reinforcing who you should be, a deeper, quieter self starts to rise. This is the part of you that was always there beneath the noise. It doesn't need titles, achievements, or external approval. It simply is. As Lao Tzu once said, "When I let go of what I am, I become what I might be." This is the essence of ego death, not destruction, but revelation. You may find yourself pulling away from people who no longer resonate with you. You might question everything about your purpose, your job, your relationships. And though this can feel like your life is falling apart, what's actually happening is alignment. Your outer world is beginning to reflect your inner shift. The people and situations that match your higher frequency begin to replace the old, even if it means walking alone for a while. It's in this solitude that deeper spiritual truths are revealed, and you begin to sense a quiet inner power rising within you. The discomfort you feel is a spiritual detox. It's the clearing of illusions. The ego, sensing its loss of control, may resist fiercely, whispering fears and doubts in your mind, but your growing awareness is stronger. You start noticing the ego's tricks and choosing not to engage. This is where true power lies, not in controlling life, but in surrendering to the higher intelligence guiding it. If you feel lost right now, unsure of who you are or where you're going, know that this is part of the awakening. You're not broken. You're being rebuilt. You're being stripped of who you are not, so you can finally become who you truly are. This process requires courage, patience, and faith, but it is also the gateway to freedom. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." You are waking up, and though it may feel dark at times, you are stepping into your light. This journey is not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. Comment below, "I embrace my true self," if you're ready to release the old identity and step fully into your authentic, spiritual path. And don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a message that supports your awakening journey. 6. Heightened sensitivity and energetic perception. You begin to notice that the emotions of others affect you more deeply than they used to. Being in a room filled with tension or negativity makes you feel uneasy, even if no words are spoken. You start sensing energy in spaces, and from objects, something feels heavy, something else feels light, and your body reacts before your mind can explain why. This isn't just emotional sensitivity, it's a shift in your spiritual perception. What you're experiencing is the opening of energetic awareness, a quiet and powerful sign that your spiritual self is waking up. You're tuning into frequencies most people never notice, and your body is becoming a vessel for deeper perception. This heightened sensitivity can be overwhelming at first. Crowded spaces may drain you. Conversations with certain people leave you exhausted. You may even feel aches or discomfort that have no medical explanation, especially after interacting with someone who is emotionally heavy. These are not random experiences. They are the result of your energy field expanding. You're no longer just processing your own feelings. You're perceiving vibrations, atmospheres, even the hidden emotional states of others. As your spiritual consciousness grows, your body becomes an instrument of subtle knowing, and every sensation is a message. However, without strong spiritual boundaries, this supersensitivity can feel more like a curse than a gift. You must learn to guard your energy. Think of yourself as a powerful antenna. Just because you can receive every frequency doesn't mean you should. This is where energy management becomes essential. Grounding practices such as walking barefoot on the earth, spending time in nature, breathing deeply, or creating intentional moments of stillness help you discharge what you've absorbed and reconnect with your inner balance. You begin to realize that not every emotional wave belongs to you, and that realization brings relief. Self-awareness is your armor. When you understand your baseline, your own natural emotional and energetic state, you can clearly recognize what is foreign. This clarity allows you to move from passive absorption to active transformation. Instead of being overwhelmed by other people's energy, you begin to influence the room with your presence. You become calm in the storm, a grounded force in chaos. As your spiritual maturity increases, your sensitivity transforms into wisdom. You learn to hold space without being consumed by what enters it. This ability to perceive and respond to unseen forces is part of your spiritual training. It's not just about becoming aware, it's about becoming responsible. You are now able to sense what others cannot, and that sensitivity, when refined, becomes a spiritual strength. What once felt like a burden reveals itself to be a hidden blessing. You realize your body has always known the truth. It has always responded to the energy around you. The difference now is that you're listening, and with that awareness, you begin to master your spiritual power. If you're learning to navigate your heightened sensitivity and turn it into spiritual strength, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your experience in the comments below. Together, let's grow in awareness and master our energy with wisdom and grace. 7. Acceleration of manifestation and energy. As your spiritual awakening deepens, one of the signs you may notice is the acceleration of manifestation. Your thoughts, intentions, and even fleeting emotions begin to materialize into reality at a much faster rate. This shift is not random. It's a direct result of your rising energetic frequency. When your vibration increases, you align more closely with universal laws, allowing the gap between thought and outcome to shorten significantly. What once took months or years to manifest now unfolds in days, sometimes even hours. This heightened sensitivity to your internal world means that your external world begins to reflect back your energy in real time, demanding a higher level of awareness, discipline, and clarity from you. But with this rapid manifestation comes intensified emotional experiences. You may begin to feel everything more deeply: joy, sorrow, peace, anxiety. Your emotions no longer hide beneath the surface. They emerge vividly, sometimes overwhelmingly, as your energetic body sheds years of repressed feelings and outdated emotional patterns. This is the body's way of purifying itself, clearing space for more refined vibrations to move through you. The tears, the mood swings, the deep inner reflection, they are not signs of regression, but evidence that healing is taking place on a soul level. You are becoming emotionally transparent because your spirit is craving truth, alignment, and freedom. As your energy continues to evolve, you'll begin to experience rapid shifts in your outer reality. Relationships that once felt stable may suddenly dissolve. Career paths may abruptly change. People who no longer align with your energy may fade away. This dismantling of the old is often uncomfortable, even painful, but it is necessary. A spiritual awakening will always destroy what is false, so that your life can be rebuilt on a foundation of truth. The changes that occur are not punishment. They are sacred invitations to step into greater authenticity. Every disruption is actually a doorway into deeper alignment with your soul's purpose. In this state of energetic acceleration, the universe no longer allows you to live unconsciously. There is no more space for self-deception, procrastination, or playing small. The consequences of your thoughts and choices arrive quickly and with clarity. You are being invited to take radical ownership of your inner state because it has become the blueprint for your external reality. Your spiritual power is no longer dormant. It is active, and it is creating. Every thought is a prayer. Every emotion is a command. Every belief becomes a magnet pulling experiences toward you. This stage of awakening requires courage. It asks you to face yourself without filters, to embrace discomfort as a catalyst for growth, and to walk through uncertainty with trust. The process is not always gentle, but it is profoundly liberating. You are not simply witnessing change. You are becoming the change. You are being initiated into a new level of consciousness where your energy is sacred, your presence is magnetic, and your alignment is the most powerful force you possess. This is the spiritual path of energetic mastery, and it begins the moment you realize that everything happening in your body is a message from your soul. Comment below, "I am ready to receive," if you feel the acceleration of your manifestations unfolding. 8. Greater spiritual clarity. When your spiritual clarity begins to deepen, it's as if a window that was once clouded by dust is suddenly wiped clean. Everything becomes sharper, not just visually, but intuitively. You begin to understand people not just by what they say, but by the energy behind their words. You notice patterns in behavior, see through illusions, and recognize truth instantly. This clarity doesn't come from logic alone. It flows from your connection to your higher self. It's knowing that can't be explained, only experienced. As this transformation unfolds, you become more attuned to the energies around you. Situations that once confused you now make sense. You start to recognize cycles and systems, whether in your relationships, your workplace, or society itself. There's a heightened awareness that lets you see the deeper meaning behind everyday interactions. You may feel more sensitive, more aware of unspoken dynamics. It's not paranoia, it's perception. You're tuning into a frequency that few can access because you've chosen to walk the spiritual path with open eyes and an open heart. This increased sensitivity brings a profound sense of alignment. You're no longer forcing decisions from fear or habit. You're guided by intuition, and more often than not, you're right. You can feel when something is off before it happens. You're drawn to people and places that resonate with your soul, and you naturally pull away from anything that disrupts your peace. This isn't arrogance, it's energetic discernment. It's the spiritual maturity that comes with being connected to divine intelligence. With this clarity comes responsibility. The more you see, the more you're called to respond not with judgment, but with wisdom. You begin to realize that not everyone is meant to walk this path with you. Some will misunderstand your insight. Some will resist your growth. And some will try to dim your light because it exposes their own shadows. Still, you continue walking because the clarity you've gained is too valuable to ignore. You're no longer satisfied with surface-level living. You crave truth, depth, and authenticity in all things. This clarity isn't loud. It doesn't need to shout. It's quiet, powerful, and consistent. It whispers to you in moments of stillness. It nudges you in conversations. And it speaks to you through signs, synchronicities, and dreams. It tells you when to pause, when to move, and when to let go. As your spirit becomes clearer, your life begins to reflect that clarity. You release confusion, you release noise, and you begin to live from a place of deep inner knowing. Greater spiritual clarity is not a destination. It's a new way of seeing. It's the unfolding of perception that allows you to move through the world with grace, power, and truth. Comment below, "I see clearly now," if you're beginning to experience greater spiritual clarity in your life. Or share your thoughts if your journey is unfolding differently. We'd love to hear your perspective. 9. Summary and message. Spiritual awakening is a deep, multidimensional transformation that touches every part of your being, body, mind, and soul. It's not just a shift in mindset. It's a complete reorganization of how you feel, think, and exist in the world. One of the first and most powerful indicators is the body. You may begin to notice unusual sensations tingling in your limbs, warmth in your chest, or a strange electric charge running through you. Your sleep might be disturbed. Some days you may wake up exhausted, and other days you're wide awake at 3 a.m. with your heart racing, thoughts flowing, and a sense that something is awakening within. These are not random discomforts. Your physical body is adjusting to hold more light, more awareness, and more energy than ever before. Alongside these physical signs are emotional and energetic shifts that feel just as intense. Emotions you've buried for years, anger, sadness, regret, begin to surface. This can be deeply uncomfortable, especially if you were raised to suppress emotion or power through pain. But spiritual growth demands honesty. These feelings are not resurfacing to punish you. They're rising so you can finally release them. What you're experiencing is energetic detox. The soul clears out what no longer belongs so it can create space for something more aligned, more authentic. You may even find yourself more sensitive to other people's energy or feel drained in crowds. This heightened awareness is not a weakness. It's your inner guidance system becoming stronger, clearer, and more refined. The transformation doesn't stop at the emotional level. Your thoughts begin to shift too. You may question everything about your work, your goals, even your identity. Things you once chased suddenly lose their appeal. What used to motivate you, money, status, validation, may now feel empty. Instead, you begin to crave meaning, purpose, and truth. This is not a midlife crisis. It's a soul-level awakening. It's your inner self asking you to stop living on autopilot and start choosing a life aligned with your spiritual truth. This internal pull is powerful. It forces you to reevaluate what matters and strip away what doesn't. Each change, whether in your body, your emotions, or your thoughts, is part of the same spiritual realignment. You're not falling apart. You're being rebuilt from the inside out. And while this path can feel lonely, or even chaotic at times, you are not lost. You are being guided, stretched, and prepared. The process is not always gentle, but it is always sacred. When you surrender to these changes, instead of resisting them, you discover a deeper strength. You realize that clarity, peace, and authenticity are not found by escaping discomfort, but by walking through it with awareness and courage. What you are experiencing is not just personal, it's spiritual. You're aligning with something far greater than your old self. Trust the process, allow the transformation, and know that everything you're going through is leading you to the most empowered, grounded, and spiritually awakened version of yourself. To affirm your commitment to spiritual growth, declare your devotion to the journey. Comment below. I trust the process to honor your transformation and inspire others to embrace their awakening with courage and faith. Thank you for joining us on this eye-opening journey through the signs of spiritual awakening in the body. Remember, these physical and emotional shifts are not random. They are sacred messages from within, guiding you toward higher awareness and deeper alignment with your true self. Embrace the changes, trust the process, and know that you are not alone on this path of transformation. If this video spoke to your soul, don't forget to like, share it with someone who needs to hear this message, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights. Tap the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that support your awakening journey. Until next time, stay grounded, stay present, and keep rising. Chosen one. This is why you can't be around too many people. Spiritual truth you must know. Your vibe attracts your tribe. This timeless saying carries deep spiritual truth, especially for those who are chosen. If you've ever felt drained after being around too many people, or if your energy shifts depending on the room you walk into, this video is for you. On Spiritual Wisdom, we uncover why your soul feels the need to retreat and why protecting your energy isn't isolation, it's elevation. Being chosen means your spirit operates at a higher frequency, and not everyone is meant to be in your space. As you watch, reflect on how these insights apply to your life, and ask yourself, who truly deserves access to your energy? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if this resonates with your journey toward personal growth and spiritual happiness. Let's dive in. 1. You are divinely chosen and set apart for a sacred mission. You are not here by accident. You've been divinely chosen and set apart for something far greater than the ordinary. Your soul was not designed to fit into the noise and distractions of this world. From the beginning, there's been something different about you, an unshakable inner knowing that your life carries purpose, that your presence shifts atmospheres, and that your spiritual journey cannot be compared to those around you. You were not made to follow the crowd. You were born to lead others out of it. Your path is not one of comfort. It is one of awakening. This is why you feel so deeply. This is why certain environments overwhelm you, why you've never been able to tolerate meaningless conversations or shallow connections. Your energy is sacred. Your spirit is tuned to a higher frequency. You carry a spiritual assignment to disrupt what keeps people asleep, to guide others toward truth, and to protect the divine light that burns within you. The people around you may never fully understand the weight you carry, but that does not make your mission any less real. You can't be around too many people because your energy absorbs everything. You feel what others suppress. You sense what they ignore. And too much exposure to the wrong energies can leave you feeling drained, anxious, or confused, not because you're weak, but because your spiritual sensitivity is part of your gift. This sensitivity is your compass, guiding you away from what is misaligned and toward what is holy. God has intentionally created this distance to protect your clarity and preserve your power. The crowd clouds your connection to the divine, but solitude sharpens it. Many don't realize that spiritual awakening often begins with separation. In the quiet, God speaks. In isolation, your purpose unfolds. That's why your seasons of being alone are not empty. They are sacred. These are the moments where your gifts are activated, where divine instructions are given, and where your soul remembers its assignment. Even Jesus withdrew to lonely places to pray before stepping into his greatest miracles. Your isolation is not punishment. It is preparation. You've always sensed that you were different, not just in personality, but in essence. You see through things. You feel the truth beneath the surface. You have the ability to detect when someone's spirit is in pain, even when their words pretend otherwise. This is not random. It's not burdensome. It's divine intelligence working through you. You were chosen to be a vessel of light, and the weight of that calling demands a level of protection, discernment, and discipline that others simply may never understand. You're not meant to be available to everyone. You're meant to be aligned with purpose. So if you felt misunderstood, distant, or alone, remember, that's exactly how chosen ones are prepared. You are not losing connections. You are shedding illusions. You are not being forgotten. You are being focused. Your journey is sacred. Your sensitivity is strength. And your separation is the birthplace of your awakening. Comment below. I am chosen for a higher purpose. Let this be your declaration of faith and alignment. Your light is needed now more than ever. 2. Your isolation is divine protection, not punishment. The isolation you feel is not a punishment, it is divine strategy. You have been set apart, not cast aside. The moments of loneliness, the silences that echo louder than any crowd, the distance you feel from others, these are not signs of rejection. They are signs of protection. When God calls someone into something great, He often removes them from the noise of the world so He can speak clearly to their soul. Just like Moses spent years in the wilderness before becoming a leader, just like Elijah withdrew to hear the whisper of God, and just like Jesus fasted alone for 40 days before beginning His ministry, your isolation is not random. It is sacred preparation. You carry a spiritual frequency that is rare. Your energy is not meant to be diluted by everyone's presence. There is something in you that reacts deeply to noise, chaos, and spiritual misalignment. You were never meant to fit in with the crowd. That sense of not belonging was never a flaw. It was a signal, a divine signal that your mission is different. Your calling cannot survive in just any environment. The Most High has placed a boundary around you because your soul is valuable, and not every person is meant to have access to your spirit. Being around too many people can blur your clarity. Their energies, doubts, distractions, and fears can begin to interfere with your spiritual channel. That's why you often feel exhausted after certain interactions. That's why you find peace in solitude and wisdom in stillness. You are not antisocial. You are divinely reserved. In this space of separation, something powerful is happening. Your vision is being sharpened. Your discernment is growing stronger. Your sensitivity is becoming your compass, guiding you through a world that often numbs itself to avoid awakening. This season of silence is where your true identity is being revealed. You are learning not just to hear God, but to trust what you hear. You are learning to walk in faith without needing applause. You are being trained to carry weight in the spiritual realm. Not everyone can handle the fire you're walking through. Not everyone can understand the depth of your inner world. And that's okay. You weren't created for the masses. You were created for divine impact. The Most High hides those he values. He conceals greatness until the right moment. So if you feel hidden, unseen, or misunderstood, know this: you are in God's hands, not forgotten, but protected. He is preserving you for a purpose that will unfold at the appointed time. Let this season stretch you. Let it teach you to hear without noise, to see without distraction, and to lead without needing to be followed. Your spirit is not weak for needing space. It is strong for being tuned into something higher. This is the sacred training ground of the chosen ones. And what is being built in you during this time will sustain you when the spotlight comes. Because when you emerge, you will not need validation. You will walk in spiritual authority, fully aware that your separation was never meant to break you. It was meant to build you. Are you starting to see your solitude as sacred? If so, comment below. My isolation is divine protection. To affirm your trust in God's higher plan and your readiness for this season of spiritual refinement. 3. You carry a rare frequency that doesn't align with the masses. Your energy is sacred, finely tuned to a higher spiritual frequency that naturally places you at odds with the collective vibration of the masses. This misalignment isn't a flaw. It's confirmation of your divine design. When you step into a crowded or chaotic environment, your spirit can sense everything: the unspoken emotions, the suppressed pain, the energy that others aren't even aware they carry. You don't just walk into a room. Your presence shifts the atmosphere. And that shift often makes others uncomfortable. Not because you intend to, but because your vibration exposes what's hidden. You carry light, and light always disrupts darkness. This is why your interactions drain you. You might leave gatherings feeling physically tired or emotionally heavy, even if nothing dramatic happened. That's spiritual exhaustion. Your system is absorbing and responding to the frequency mismatch all around you. You're not imagining it. You're not being overly sensitive. You're simply tuned in to a level that others are not, and that makes ordinary social spaces feel spiritually overwhelming. What's happening is this: your energy field is doing spiritual work in real-time cleansing, sensing, discerning, and that work comes with a cost when you're surrounded by low vibrations. You weren't made to blend in. You were created to awaken, and with that comes a level of spiritual separation that others may never understand. God often isolates those he has chosen not to punish them, but to prepare them. The solitude you experience is sacred space for refinement, for downloading divine wisdom, for building the strength you'll need to carry out your mission. Just as Moses had to go up the mountain alone, just as David was hidden in the fields, just as Jesus withdrew to pray, you too are being set apart. It's spiritual preservation, not rejection. You're not here to connect with everyone. You are here to impact the right ones. That requires discernment. Not every handshake is meant to turn into a bond. Not every conversation deserves your energy. Your presence is a spiritual experience treat it with the same reverence God does. And when your soul feels uneasy around certain people, trust that. That's not paranoia. It's divine protection alerting you to misaligned energy. Think of yourself as a sacred frequency. In the wrong environment, your vibration gets distorted. But in the right atmosphere, you can heal, inspire, and lead. That's why your circle must be chosen with precision. Surround yourself with those who honor your peace, not those who provoke your pain. Move with spiritual awareness. Carry your light boldly. And know that just because your path is narrow doesn't mean it's wrong. It means it's divinely designed. You are not antisocial. You are not cold. You are spiritually aware in a world that numbs itself to truth. Your boundaries are not walls. They are spiritual filters. You are not meant to resonate with everyone, because you were born to raise the vibration of those who are ready. And until that alignment happens, continue walking in sacred separation, knowing that your energy is not only rare, it's anointed. Do you feel the weight of your unique energy? If this message resonates with your soul, affirm it now in the comments. I carry a rare frequency, and I stand in my truth. 4. Your empathic sensitivity is a spiritual superpower. Your empathic sensitivity is not a weakness. It is your divine design. As a chosen one, you are spiritually awakened to perceive beyond the surface, to feel the energies and emotions that others overlook. You don't just hear words, you hear intentions. You don't just see people, you feel their spiritual state. This heightened sensitivity isn't just a trait, it's a calling. You are meant to read atmospheres, discern truth in silence, and bring light into spiritually dark places. But with this calling comes responsibility. You cannot walk through this world without boundaries and expect to thrive. Everywhere you go, energy is exchanged. Most people walk through life unaware of the weight they carry, emotional baggage, spiritual chaos, suppressed pain. But you feel it all. And when you don't protect your space, you begin to absorb it. Their heaviness becomes your fatigue. Their confusion becomes your clouded mind. Their anxiety, your unrest. That's why you often feel emotionally drained after conversations or time spent in crowds. It's not in your head, it's spiritual. Your empathy allows you to pick up what others project, even when they don't mean to. It's a silent transaction, one your soul registers, even when your mind cannot explain it. This is why spiritual boundaries are essential. Without them, your gift becomes a burden. Boundaries are not barriers to love. They are doors of discernment. You're not pushing people away. You're preserving what's sacred. Imagine your energy as a sacred flame. Without protection, that flame flickers in every wind. But when guarded, it becomes a steady fire, warming, guiding, healing. You were never meant to be accessible to everyone. You were meant to be available to the right ones, at the right time, led by divine alignment. You've probably wondered why you crave solitude more than others, why loud rooms exhaust you, why you can feel people's motives before they speak. It's because you are tuned to a higher spiritual frequency. In silence, you recharge. In solitude, your gifts sharpen. When you pull away, it's not isolation, it's restoration. That inner voice prompting you to retreat isn't weakness, it's divine instruction. Your spiritual awakening isn't just about awareness, it's about alignment. You are being aligned with your mission, and part of that mission is protecting your energy so that you can serve from overflow, not depletion. Many chosen ones go years believing they are broken or overly sensitive. But what feels like a flaw is actually a favor. Sensitivity without boundaries leads to burnout. But sensitivity with wisdom leads to spiritual mastery. You are not here to carry everyone's pain. You are here to reflect truth, hold presence, and guide others toward their own awakening. That requires clarity, and clarity requires space. Honor your calling by protecting your light. Guard your peace like the treasure it is. Your spiritual sensitivity is your compass. It tells you who is safe, where peace lives, and when to walk away. Trust it, develop it, respect it. This is not weakness. This is sacred awareness. You are chosen, and your sensitivity is proof. If this message resonates with your soul, affirm your gift by commenting, "My empathic sensitivity is my spiritual superpower. I protect my energy and walk for divine purpose." 5. Solitude is where divine wisdom and clarity are revealed. Solitude is not loneliness. It is spiritual preparation. When you're called away from people, places, and noise, it's not because something is wrong with you. It's because your spirit is being refined in ways the crowd can't understand. Crowded spaces blur your vision, not just physically, but spiritually. The more noise surrounds you, the harder it is to hear divine instruction. That's why those who are chosen are often pulled into isolation, not as punishment, but as a sacred realignment. In silence, your soul remembers what your mind often forgets. That clarity lives in stillness, and direction is born in divine quiet. The presence of too many people can cause spiritual interference. Every person carries an energy field, and when you are sensitive, when you're spiritually awakened, you feel everything. That sensitivity is a gift, not a burden. It's what allows you to detect lies in truth's clothing, to sense danger in comfort, and to feel purpose in moments others dismiss as ordinary. But if you're constantly surrounded by emotional chaos and unaligned frequencies, your spiritual perception dulls. That's why you're being called to step back not forever, but long enough to be sharpened. You can't hear heaven clearly with everyone else's voice in your head. In this sacred retreat, your discernment matures. You begin to recognize the difference between a divine connection and a draining attachment. You notice how certain conversations leave your spirit heavy, and how certain people seem allergic to your growth. You're no longer available for the things that rob you of peace. You start protecting your energy like it's sacred, because it is. Your solitude becomes your sanctuary. Your stillness becomes your power. And your silence becomes the space where God whispers instructions that the world cannot give you. This is not new. Every chosen soul in history has been called into the wilderness. Moses climbed the mountain alone. Jesus withdrew to pray. Elijah hid by the brook. Why? Because divine revelation doesn't come through distraction, it comes through devotion. When you remove yourself from noise, from opinions, from pressure, you open yourself to downloads of divine strategy. You begin to see what others can't. You begin to understand what others doubt. You begin to walk in the truth that sets you apart. The clarity you receive in solitude becomes your spiritual compass in a world ruled by illusions. In a society obsessed with external validation, your separation teaches you to value divine affirmation. When others chase the spotlight, you find strength in the shadows. You learn that spiritual wisdom isn't loud, it's precise. And when it speaks, it cuts through confusion like a sword. That's what makes your path different. That's why you can't be around too many people. Not because you're better, but because you're built for something higher. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss content that strengthens your spiritual clarity and purpose. Type in the comments, "I receive divine clarity in solitude," if you're ready to embrace the wisdom that silence reveals. 6. Divine timing governs your life, not the world's schedule. You are not delayed. You are divinely aligned. Every so-called setback in your life, every person who suddenly disappeared, every opportunity that seemed to slip through your fingers was not a mistake. It was spiritual precision. Divine timing is not random, and it's certainly not based on the world's pressure to hurry up or keep up. You are not on the world's schedule. You are on heaven's clock. There's a reason the doors closed. There's a reason that relationship ended. There's a reason things didn't move forward when you wanted them to. Divine timing filters every connection, every step, every transition, so that when you do step into your purpose, you are fully prepared mentally, emotionally, spiritually. What you may see as rejection is actually protection. What feels like delay is divine development. Heaven doesn't waste time. It uses it to prepare you. The people who walked away weren't meant to stay. The conversations that never happened weren't meant to. The path that fell apart wasn't strong enough to carry your calling. Chosen ones are set apart for a reason. You cannot afford to be entangled with people or plans that are not spiritually aligned with your assignment. That's why disconnections happen, not because you are unworthy, but because the divine is clearing space for something far greater. When the pruning happens, it can feel like isolation. But even Jesus went into the wilderness before stepping into his public mission. The hidden seasons are not punishment. They are preparation. This is when your roots grow deep. This is when your spiritual discernment sharpens. This is when your spirit learns how to move without needing constant validation or companionship. If you feel like you're walking alone right now, understand this. Heaven is building your strength in silence so you don't crumble under the weight of your future blessing. Divine timing is not just about waiting. It's about transformation. While you're waiting, you're also being refined. You're being humbled, taught, strengthened, and aligned. The version of you that prayed for the promise is not always the version that can carry it. That's why the process is necessary. God's not just answering your prayers, He's preparing you to hold them without breaking. It may look like nothing's happening on the surface, but deep down, everything is shifting. Spiritual alignment is taking place in realms you cannot yet see. So if life seems slower than you expected, or more quiet than you hoped, don't rush to fill the silence. Don't chase people who walked away. Don't force open doors that were meant to stay shut. Trust the spiritual flow of divine timing. What's meant for you won't miss you, but only if you're willing to surrender to the timing that heaven has designed. You are not missing your moment. You're being prepared to meet it fully equipped with spiritual strength, clarity, and unwavering faith. If you're still here with us, it means you're aligned with a higher rhythm. Comment below, "I trust divine timing," to affirm your faith in heaven's perfect plan. Your voice matters. It helps us connect and grow this spiritual community together. 7. You are set apart to lead, not to be understood. You were set apart to lead, not to be understood. That's why your journey often feels lonely, and your presence is often misunderstood. You are not here to be part of the noise. You were born to be the silence that speaks volumes. You were designed as a spiritual lighthouse, meant to shine even when no one acknowledges your light. And though others may not see what you carry, heaven does. Your spiritual awakening did not come to make you popular. It came to make you purposeful. You don't walk the narrow path because it's comfortable. You walk it because your soul has been assigned to something sacred. You are not called to be liked. You're called to be aligned with truth, with integrity, with divine wisdom. That's why you feel out of place in certain rooms. That's why conversations that used to interest you now feel shallow. You are growing into your assignment, and growth often looks like separation. The more your spirit matures, the less space there is for what no longer fits. They may call you distant, but you're actually discerning. They may think you're cold, but you're simply protecting your fire. Every chosen one comes to a point where being around too many people doesn't feel right anymore, not because you're better, but because your energy is being refined. Clarity comes in stillness. Revelation comes in solitude. And you cannot afford to lose your connection to God by being too accessible to the crowd. Your presence is powerful, and your aura is sacred. It needs protection, not constant exposure. Leadership is not about commanding a room. It's about commanding your spirit. You are being shaped in the background so you can lead with grace in the spotlight. You are being stripped of distractions so your spirit can grow sharper, more anchored in divine direction. This spiritual awakening you're going through, it's not just a phase, it's a rebirth. Your old self was liked by the world. Your new self is aligned with the divine. This is why the people you once felt close to can no longer reach you. You vibrate on a different frequency now. Your discernment is sharper, your vision clearer. And yes, this transformation comes with loss. But what you're losing in comfort, you're gaining in clarity. What you're releasing in popularity, you're receiving in power. The chosen are not chosen for applause, they are chosen for assignment. Every moment you feel misunderstood is confirmation that you're walking a higher path. Every season of isolation is evidence that heaven is working on you. When others walk away, it's not rejection, it's realignment. You weren't called to fit in. You were called to guide others out. And guiding requires vision. Vision requires silence. Silence requires spiritual maturity. So continue forward, not for validation, but for purpose. Your spiritual awakening has marked you, matured you, and molded you into a vessel for something greater than self. You are not waiting to be seen. You are being prepared to be revealed. To affirm your divine calling and leadership, declare your purpose with boldness. Comment below. I was set apart to lead, to honor your sacred path, and inspire others to rise in their spiritual mission. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a message meant for your journey. Thank you for watching this powerful message on why chosen ones often feel the need to separate themselves from the crowd. Sometimes, your soul knows what your mind can't explain, and that inner nudge to pull away is part of your divine protection and purpose. Remember, solitude isn't loneliness, it's preparation. You're not being isolated, you're being aligned. If this message spoke to your spirit, don't forget to like this video. share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to spiritual wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of truth, insight, and spiritual awakening. Your journey is sacred. Walk it with wisdom. You are not human, and you never were. You, Chuck's soul. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "What lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters compared to what lies within us." Think about that for a moment. What if everything you think you are, your body, your mind, your identity, is merely the surface of your true essence? Here at Spiritual Wisdom, we explore the reality that you are not your body. You are the soul, a timeless consciousness temporarily experiencing human life. So, are you ready to go beyond the illusion and connect with your true nature? Drop a comment below and share your thoughts on this transformative journey. What resonates with you? And if you're eager to dive deeper, remember to like, subscribe, and join our community for more soul-expanding content. Let's awaken to the truth of who we really are. 1. Your true identity is the soul. At the heart of your existence lies a spiritual truth so profound, it challenges everything the world has told you about who you are. Beneath the surface of appearances, beneath the labels father, husband, leader, provider, there is an essence untouched by time. That essence is your soul. When you stop identifying with only your physical body and the titles given by society, you begin to awaken to a truth far greater. You are not the car you drive. You are not the career you built. You are the awareness that experiences those things. This realization is not just freeing, it's transformational. It shifts your entire foundation from outer validation to inner truth. The world has taught us to chase. We pursue success, recognition, possessions, believing they will fill the quiet ache inside. And yet, even when those goals are achieved, something still feels missing. That emptiness is the soul's call, asking to be remembered. Understanding that your core identity is the soul within liberates you from the invisible prison of external expectations. This spiritual insight allows you to redefine what success truly means, not as measured by status or wealth, but by how deeply your actions align with your soul's deepest values and purpose. A powerful metaphor captures this truth beautifully. Consider a tree. Its branches rise toward the heavens, but its true strength lies underground, in its deep roots. The same is true for you. The soul is your root system, your grounding force. To truly live, you must go inward. By nurturing this inner essence through spiritual practices like meditation, stillness, prayer, or mindful walks in nature, you deepen your connection to your soul. These moments of quiet are not wasted time. They are sacred appointments with your true self. They restore your clarity, sharpen your intuition, and build a resilience that no storm can shake. As you fully accept that you are a soul having a human experience, not a human trying to be spiritual, your entire life begins to change. Challenges no longer appear as punishments, but as invitations. Every hardship becomes a classroom. Every loss becomes a doorway to deeper wisdom. This spiritual lens reframes everything. You no longer ask, "Why is this happening to me?" but rather, "What is this trying to awaken in me?" When you begin living from soul awareness, life becomes more meaningful, more connected, more real. You move from survival to sacred purpose. Living from this awakened state encourages you to follow passions that align with your higher self. You begin to prioritize what feels right, not just what looks good on paper. And as you walk this path with authenticity, your relationships deepen. Your presence becomes magnetic. You attract others who are also awakening to their truth. A sense of community, of belonging, begins to emerge not because of shared hobbies, but because of shared frequency. Knowing that you are a soul, not merely flesh and bones, brings you home to yourself. It invites you to celebrate your unique gifts, to honor your journey, and to trust your inner compass. When you live from this spiritual center, life becomes less about control and more about co-creation. You begin to attract not just relationships, but soul connections. Not just opportunities, but soul-aligned missions. The more you nurture this essence, the more joy, fulfillment, and peace become your natural state. So, are you ready to remember who you truly are? Are you ready to live not just as a man in the world, but as a soul on a mission? If your heart whispered yes, then let that commitment be heard. Comment below, "I am a soul," and begin this sacred journey towards spiritual transformation and deeper purpose. Your soul has waited lifetimes for this moment. Don't let it pass you by. 2. The soul is eternal and beyond the body. What if everything you've believed about who you are, your name, your job, your body, even your memories, was never the full picture? What if the truth is far more profound and far more eternal? You are not human, and you never were. The body you're in, the roles you play, the situations you experience, these are all part of a temporary human journey. They're meaningful, yes, but they are not the essence of you. You are a soul, timeless, boundless, eternal. And no matter what happens in your physical world, your true self remains untouched, unchanged, and whole. Across ancient spiritual traditions, from Hinduism and Buddhism to the teachings of the mystics and philosophers of ancient Greece, there's one recurring truth. The soul is the real self. The body may change, suffer, age, or fade away, but the soul, it is constant, it is divine, and it's who you really are. These teachings weren't just poetic metaphors. They were roadmaps for living with deeper meaning, pointing us inward to discover the only part of ourselves that cannot be taken away. This shift in awareness is not just intellectual. It is deeply transformational. It leads to spiritual awakening, the moment when you stop identifying with the outer world and begin connecting with the truth within. And when that moment comes, it's like stepping out of a fog and realizing you've been home all along. In today's fast-paced, image-driven world, it's so easy to lose touch with your soul. Everywhere you look, there are messages telling you to measure your worth by your looks, your income, your status, or how many people know your name. But none of these things define your value. Because your value isn't earned, it simply is. You are worthy just as you are, because you are soul. And when you awaken to that truth, something profound happens. You begin to live differently, more purposefully, more peacefully, more authentically. Seeing yourself as a soul changes everything, including how you face life's challenges. Suddenly, setbacks don't seem like failures. They become lessons. The pain, the confusion, the heartbreaks all serve a greater purpose. Your soul uses every experience as a way to grow, to evolve, to remember its divine nature. And when you view life from this higher lens, you move through it with a kind of strength and grace that can't be shaken by the storms of the world. You're no longer stuck in survival mode. You're aligned with your spiritual nature. You see the deeper meaning in everything, and you begin to live in harmony with the truth that you are not here just to survive. You're here to awaken. The moment you embrace this wisdom, you start to embody a powerful truth. You are not your body. You are not your mind. You are a soul having a human experience. And that simple yet profound realization changes the way you see the world. It opens your heart. It clears your mind. And it guides you back to your center. This is the essence of spiritual awakening. It's not about becoming something new. It's about remembering who you've always been. It's about reconnecting with your eternal self and living each day with deeper clarity, peace, and purpose. Not because everything around you is perfect, but because you no longer need it to be. So, if something within you feels stirred by this message, don't ignore it. Let it take root. Let it guide you deeper. And if it resonates with your soul, speak it out loud or write it in the comments. I am an eternal soul. Let that affirmation be more than words. Let it be a declaration, a turning point, a gentle reminder of the power and peace that already lives within you. 3. The levels of consciousness. This physical life, as real as it feels, is just a momentary stage, a brief chapter in the eternal book of your existence. The truth is, you are an infinite being. You were never just this body, these thoughts, or even your emotions. You are the observer behind all of it. And once you start remembering that, everything changes. Most people begin their journey locked in what's called the ego state, a deeply conditioned form of consciousness where we identify ourselves only as the physical body and the mind. In this state, everything feels separate. There's me and you. There's right and wrong. There's a constant inner struggle, a never-ending desire to protect our identity, to be seen, to be right, to be safe. But here's the key. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are not your pain or your past. You are the awareness that sees all of those things. Have you ever stopped and observed your own thoughts, just watch them float by like clouds in the sky? That's the beginning of your spiritual awakening. As the philosopher Pierre Teilhard de Chardin once said, we are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. This shift in perspective, realizing that you're the witness behind your mind, marks the first major step toward reclaiming your true nature. And from there, it only deepens. As your consciousness expands, you enter what's often called the observer state. You begin to detach from the chaos of the mind. You start to ask deeper questions. Who am I beyond this body? Why am I here? What is the true nature of reality? Have you ever asked those questions? As your awareness grows, you start to experience what many call unity consciousness, a state where the illusion of separation fades away. In this space, you feel deeply connected to everything. You see yourself in the trees, the stars, the animals, even in people you used to judge. Love flows naturally. Compassion becomes your language. You no longer seek meaning, you become it. And beyond even that is what mystics and sages have called cosmic consciousness, a level of awareness where you transcend time, space, identity, and fully merge with the divine. It's the realization that you are not in the universe. You are the universe, experiencing itself in human form. Just sit with that for a moment. How does it make you feel? The journey isn't always easy. Awakening can shake your foundations, but it is the most sacred path you will ever walk. Because the moment you stop identifying with the temporary and start living as your eternal soul, life transforms. Fear fades, peace rises, and you begin to live from truth. So, let me ask you this. What would your life look like if you fully remembered who you are? What would change if you stopped chasing and started being? This is your invitation to go deeper, to awaken further, and to step into the knowing that you are more than human. You are a soul. You are infinite. You are free. 4. Detachment from the temporary. Recognizing the soul as our true essence is the beginning of true spiritual awareness. This isn't just a poetic notion, it's a radical shift in identity. From the moment we are born, society teaches us to define ourselves by our appearance, our successes, our failures, and even by our emotional reactions. But all of these are impermanent. The body ages, thoughts change, and emotions rise and fall like waves. These experiences, while very real, are not who we are. They are simply the containers of experience, not the essence. Understanding this gives us spiritual clarity. When we begin to identify as the soul, pure awareness, pure consciousness, we become rooted in something that is beyond time, beyond form. The soul is untouched by the struggles we face on earth. Financial problems, heartbreaks, sickness, or even the chaos of the modern world, none of these can scar the soul. This realization is not just comforting, it's empowering. Because it means that no matter what you're going through right now, there's a deeper part of you that remains whole, steady, and at peace. This spiritual understanding brings a profound calm when we no longer identify with every emotion or thought that arises. We begin to live from a place of detachment, not to disconnect, but to observe with wisdom. Emotions like anger, fear, or sadness are no longer seen as personal attacks or failures. They are temporary states that pass through us, like weather passing over the sky. But the sky remains, and you are the sky, not the storm. This shift in awareness can completely transform how we live. Instead of reacting impulsively to life's challenges, we learn to respond from a place of stillness. Stress loses its grip. Anxiety fades. The pressure to constantly perform or prove ourselves weakens. Because when you truly know you are the soul, your worth is no longer dependent on anything outside of you. You become unshaken by the noise of the outer world because you've anchored yourself in the silence of the inner world. As spiritual beings having a human experience, not the other way around, we can move through life with greater compassion, resilience, and wisdom. We become less controlled by our past and less anxious about the future. We begin to trust the unfolding of life, knowing that our spirit is guided by a higher intelligence, one that always moves us toward growth, even through pain. This awareness doesn't mean life becomes easy, but it does become more meaningful. When a man realizes that he is not just flesh and bone, but eternal spirit, he walks differently. He listens more deeply. He lets go more quickly. He understands that nothing external can define his worth, because his soul is already complete. Let this be your reminder. You are not just a man navigating this world. You are a soul embodying wisdom, power, and divine purpose. And once you see yourself through this lens, nothing can stop your transformation. 5. The soul evolves through reincarnation. You are not human, and you never were. What you truly are is your soul. A boundless, eternal essence, here not for the sake of surviving, but for the sacred purpose of evolving. The human body? It's just the temporary garment you wear, the shell that helps you navigate this particular chapter in your soul's infinite story. But you, the real you, the consciousness behind the eyes, the energy that cannot be destroyed, that is the soul. That is your true nature. Your life isn't a random sequence of events. It's a carefully woven design, crafted with purpose and divine intelligence. The soul's journey is a continuous cycle of growth and transformation. Each lifetime you experience is not isolated or accidental. It is a sacred opportunity, a classroom for spiritual development. Life after life, you're not just moving through time. You're moving through levels of awareness, peeling back illusions, and returning to the deep knowing that you are already whole, already powerful, already divine. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, remembering that you are more than your name, your past, or even your personality. Awakening means breaking the illusion that this human life is all there is. You're not here for the first time. You're not starting from scratch. Your soul has been here before, walking different paths, meeting different faces, and learning different lessons. Reincarnation isn't just a concept, it's the soul's curriculum. Just like a student progresses from grade school to higher education, your soul moves from one incarnation to the next, learning what it came here to learn. And the lessons aren't random either. That difficult relationship you had, that betrayal, that heartbreak, that moment of unexpected peace or deep love wasn't a coincidence. These are soul contracts, agreements made before this lifetime to help you remember who you are and what you came here to master. Maybe you've come back to learn forgiveness, to embody compassion, or to develop patience. And these lessons don't always show up the way you expect. Sometimes they come through struggle. Sometimes they come through beauty. But always, they are tailor-made for your growth. Ever felt like you've known someone forever, even if you just met them? Or had a strong pull toward a place you've never been? These are the echoes of past lifetimes calling to you. Your soul remembers what your mind cannot. It's trying to guide you, gently, toward your higher purpose. You might find yourself repeating the same patterns, facing the same tests, until one day you awaken. You see the pattern, and you choose differently. That's evolution. That's the soul breaking free from the cycle of unconsciousness and stepping into mastery. Spiritual awakening isn't about escaping the human experience. It's about honoring it. It's about seeing every experience, every failure, every joy, every tear as part of your sacred becoming. You're not here to be perfect. You're here to be real, raw, present, and open to the deep work of the soul. Life is not punishment. Life is initiation. So if something in you feels the truth of this, if your soul is nodding along in silent agreement, then trust that. Let it lead you. Because you're not alone on this journey. Countless others are waking up, remembering who they are, reclaiming their light. You are part of a rising wave of souls, returning to their original nature, divine, limitless, and deeply connected to all that is. Let's walk this path together, not as humans trying to have a spiritual experience, but as souls remembering that we were never just human in the first place. 6. Challenges are soul lessons. Have you ever wondered why certain experiences in life feel like they were meant to happen? Especially the difficult ones, the heartbreaks, the losses, the unexpected detours. What if I told you that these moments weren't mistakes, but rather divine invitations for your soul to evolve? You see, You are not just a human being going through temporary struggles. You are a soul, timeless, eternal, powerful. And the truth is, you never were just a human. The human body is simply the vessel, the container. The real you is spiritual, and your soul came here for one reason: growth. Every challenge you face, whether it's emotional pain, rejection, failure, or uncertainty, is not here to break you. It's here to shape you. These are not punishments from the universe, but sacred assignments from a higher consciousness. They are mirrors, reflecting areas within you that are ready to awaken. Can you look at your life and see where the lesson is trying to emerge? As the great Rumi once said, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." Think about that for a moment. What if the pain you've endured is actually the key to unlocking your highest potential? Now, let me ask you this. How do you respond when adversity hits? Do you shut down, or do you pause and ask yourself, what is this trying to teach me? Because the way you respond isn't just a reaction, it's the very thing that shapes your spiritual path. In every moment, you are either evolving or repeating. Which path will you choose? Spiritual wisdom teaches us that the universe is not working against us. It's always working for us, often in ways we can't immediately see. What appears as a breakdown is often the beginning of a breakthrough. Your soul chose this specific journey before you were even born. Every twist, every loss, every triumph, it's all part of a bigger design created to help you remember who you really are. And who are you? You are not the roles you play, not the job you have, not the pain you've been through. You are an infinite soul having a temporary human experience here to awaken, to rise, and to return to the powerful truth of your divine essence. When you begin to view life through this spiritual lens, something shifts. Challenges no longer feel like punishments, but opportunities. Difficult people become teachers. Setbacks become sacred detours. And your hardships begin to reveal your deepest strength and spiritual resilience. The late Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." In other words, true awakening begins when we face the very things we've tried to avoid. That's how we grow. That's how we evolve. So if this message speaks to something deep inside of you, I invite you to continue this journey with me. Subscribe and stay connected as we explore how life's toughest moments can become doorways to profound spiritual awakening. Let's walk this path together hand in hand, spirit to spirit, discovering not just who we are, but who we were always meant to be. 7. Your soul is multidimensional. You are, and always have been, a soul, a boundless spiritual essence, beyond time, beyond space, and beyond this physical world. Today, we will delve into a truth that many sense but few dare to explore. You are a multidimensional being experiencing a temporary human being. And once you truly awaken to this, life will never be the same again. Let's get to your true nature. It is beyond flesh and blood, beyond the identity you have been shaped to believe is you. Your true nature is spirit. It transcends the physical body and expands into a vast, interconnected existence, far richer and more vast than what your eyes can see. What you call your soul is not just a vague idea or a poetic concept. It is the core of who you are. And what about this soul? It does not exist in just one lifetime or one version of this reality. No, it lives, breathes, and evolves across multiple dimensions, manifesting in multiple forms and realities at the same time. Although your conscious awareness is tied to this present life, your soul is not limited to it. Right now, at this very moment, your soul is experiencing other lives, perhaps in different times, different planets, or different forms entirely. These are not random events. Each of these soul manifestations contributes to your eternal journey, helping you evolve, awaken, and integrate spiritual wisdom on all planes of existence. Think of it as a tree with many branches. Each branch is a different life, but all stemming from the same root system of consciousness. Albert Einstein once said that energy cannot be created or destroyed, it can only be transformed. This idea holds a profound spiritual truth. Your soul is energy, infinite, indestructible, and eternal. When your body fades away, your soul does not end. It changes, it evolves, it moves through different realms and dimensions, continuing its journey, gaining experience, knowledge, and understanding. You do not end when you die, you expand. When you truly understand this, everything changes. You no longer see challenges as punishments or random misfortunes. Instead, they become stepping stones on a larger, multi-dimensional path, each one offering opportunities for growth, transformation, and spiritual evolution. This is why spiritual practices like meditation, mindfulness, and breathwork are so important. They help you tune into these higher aspects of your being, the parts of you that already know, that whisper truth through your intuition, and that gently guide you through the chaos of life. As you deepen your connection to this awareness, you begin to understand that you are not limited by the limits of time, space, or even logic. Your essence is infinite, your potential is limitless, and your higher self, the wisest, most expanded version of you, is always available, waiting for you to listen. When you choose to connect with that higher awareness, life doesn't just become better, it becomes meaningful. You begin to live with purpose, clarity, and power that comes not from your ego, but from your soul. So if this message resonates with you, if something inside you is nodding in acknowledgement, don't ignore it. That's your soul remembering the truth. Say it with conviction. I embrace my infinite self. Let that be your spiritual declaration that you are ready to rise, to awaken, and to live the truth of who you are. 8. The human life is a moment in the soul's journey. Your human experience is a fleeting moment within the vast journey of your soul, which is eternal and boundless. It may feel unfamiliar to consider that beneath your physical form, a deeper truth exists. The essence of your being goes far beyond your thoughts, emotions, or the roles you inhabit in daily life. Spiritual awakening is the process of remembering that your soul is your true identity, an essence untouched by the limitations of the physical world. Practices like meditation, journaling, and mindful reflection are powerful ways to reconnect with your soul's awareness. By silencing the mind, you tap into a state of peace, wisdom, and expansiveness that transcends the challenges and distractions of modern living. When you feel the weight of life's demands, pause and ask, who is experiencing this? Your soul is unaffected, remaining calm and infinite. This shift in perspective allows you to approach life's ups and downs with clarity and serenity, moving through them with the grace and insight of your soul's wisdom. The truth is simple. You are a soul navigating a temporary human experience. Reconnecting with this truth through through spiritual practices empowers you to live with intention, peace, and alignment. Embrace your soul's perspective and watch your life transform. Let's walk this journey together. If this message resonates, comment, "I meditate," to affirm your commitment to soul alignment. Remember to like, subscribe, and share this message to spread the light of spiritual awareness. Thank you for joining us on this soul-expanding journey. Remember, you are not just a human living a temporary life. You are an eternal soul experiencing a human journey. By shifting your perspective and connecting with this truth, you can transcend the limitations of your physical identity and embrace a life filled with deeper purpose, peace, and fulfillment. Take these principles and apply them to your daily life. Practice mindfulness, meditation, or moments of reflection to align with your soul's essence. As you do, you'll begin to see your challenges as opportunities for growth, and your relationships will deepen with authenticity. Are you ready to embrace the truth of your soul and live with greater intention? Comment, "I am a soul," below, and share your thoughts on your spiritual journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and join the Spiritual Wisdom community for more insights into awakening your true self. Let's walk this path of transformation together. Chosen ones, you cannot eat everything. Beware. Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food. Hippocrates. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. Have you ever felt spiritually heavy or disconnected after eating certain foods? That unease you feel isn't random. It's a divine signal. In today's video, we'll uncover the hidden ways your diet could be dimming your light and blocking your soul's mission. If you're a chosen one, what you consume matters more than you think. Watch closely, reflect deeply, and don't forget to comment below. Have you ever noticed a shift in your energy after eating certain things? Let's start a powerful conversation, and if this message resonates, share it with someone on their spiritual journey. 1. Your diet is blocking your divine connection. Certain foods are quietly interfering with your divine connection, and most people have no idea it's happening. You may have felt it, an unexplained discomfort after eating, a sudden emotional dip, or even a fog that clouds your thoughts. For the chosen ones, this isn't a random occurrence. It's a sign, a signal from your body and spirit that something you're consuming is out of alignment with your higher calling. Your body is not ordinary. It is a sacred vessel designed to hold light, intuition, and divine energy. When you eat the wrong things, you're not just damaging your health, you're dimming your spiritual power. These foods may seem harmless on the surface, but many carry a vibration that is fundamentally incompatible with the elevated frequency of those undergoing a spiritual awakening. Low vibration foods, especially those heavily processed or chemically enhanced, disrupt your energetic flow. They clog your chakras, dull your intuition, and sever the clarity you need to receive divine messages. You might be praying, meditating, doing all the right spiritual things, yet still feel stuck, disconnected, or spiritually exhausted. The reason could be right in front of you on your plate. What most don't realize is that food carries memory. It holds energy. Animals raised in fear, pain, or confinement retain that suffering in their bodies. When you consume meat from such sources, you absorb that energy. For most people, this creates minor imbalances. But for you, a chosen one, this impact is magnified. It creates emotional heaviness, energetic blocks, and spiritual confusion. The solar plexus and heart chakra, in particular, are deeply affected, making it harder to manifest your desires and to hear your soul's inner voice. Even beyond meat, many everyday foods are designed to dull awareness. Excessive sugar, artificial flavors, preservatives, and processed oils interfere with your nervous system, weaken your aura, and disrupt your natural energetic rhythm. This doesn't just lead to physical fatigue, it numbs your spirit. You may feel unmotivated, uninspired, or even anxious without realizing the root cause is what you're eating. This is why chosen ones often experience a deeper sensitivity to food. You may have noticed certain meals leaving you restless, drained, or strangely emotional. It's not about diet trends or temporary cleanses. It's about spiritual survival. You are being called to eat with awareness, to choose nourishment that supports your awakening rather than sabotaging it. When you begin to fuel your body with high-frequency foods, fresh fruits, vegetables, seeds, clean water, and life-giving plants, you begin to feel the difference almost immediately. Your thoughts sharpen, your sleep deepens, your dreams become more vivid, your inner guidance becomes more reliable. The divine connection that once felt distant begins to flow again, as if a blocked channel has finally been cleared. Food is not just matter, it is energy. And every bite you take is either raising you or pulling you back. As a chosen one, your path requires clarity, vitality, and divine alignment. You cannot afford to eat carelessly. What you consume is either empowering your mission or quietly canceling it. Your spiritual awakening demands that you be intentional with what you allow into your body. Because your body is not only your home, it is your antenna, your altar, your bridge to the divine. Are you ready to reclaim your spiritual power and awaken your divine connection? If so, comment below. I choose purity to show your commitment to aligning your diet with your higher purpose. 2. The spiritual war inside your body. Your body is not just flesh and blood, it is a sacred spiritual temple designed to carry divine energy. But in today's world, that temple is under silent siege. There is a spiritual war taking place inside your body, and the enemy comes not with swords or loud alarms, but in the form of food, modified, processed, and engineered to disconnect you from your higher self. For the chosen ones, those with heightened spiritual sensitivity, this battle is even more intense. Your soul came to awaken, to align with divine purpose, but that awakening is being blocked by what's on your plate. Much of the food circulating today is not meant to nourish, it's meant to numb. Genetically altered substances, artificial additives, chemically preserved snacks, they are not just damaging your physical health, they are draining your spiritual power. And while most people consume these things without concern, you may notice something different. After certain meals, you feel tired, heavy, mentally foggy, or emotionally off-center. That's not coincidence. That's spiritual interference. You may have noticed that your intuition has become quieter, your manifestations slower, and your inner clarity less vibrant. Despite your commitment to prayer, meditation, or conscious living, you still feel stuck in a cycle of spiritual fatigue. Why? Because your energy field is being disrupted. The chosen ones carry a high vibrational blueprint. When that frequency is invaded by low vibration substances, The results show up as energetic blockages, especially around the solar plexus and third eye. These areas are key to your intuition, your divine voice, and your ability to manifest with ease. Once blocked, it becomes harder to discern truth, hear divine guidance, or act with spiritual confidence. Every bite you take carries energy. Food is not neutral. It is charged with frequencies from its origin. Animals raised in fear and slaughtered in panic carry the imprint of suffering. When you consume that, you inherit that vibration. Foods created in labs, rather than by nature, often lack the life force that chosen ones depend on to stay aligned with divine flow. This is why your body reacts. This is why your spirit resists. You weren't designed to consume what was made to control. There's a reason you've always felt different, even in your dietary preferences. There's a reason why you feel uncomfortable with certain foods, even if everyone around you eats them without issue. You are not meant to follow the crowd. You are meant to lead in consciousness. What you eat either nourishes your awakening or delays it. And many of the foods today are designed specifically to delay spiritual awakening, to keep powerful souls like you asleep, passive, and disconnected. This war is subtle, but it is real. It appears as cravings, fast food addictions, cultural traditions that normalize toxic consumption. But behind it all is a deeper agenda to keep divine beings from stepping fully into their purpose. When your body is burdened with heavy, lifeless food, your energy is dulled, your light dimmed. And in that state, you are easier to distract, to delay, and to divide from your true path. But awareness is power. Once you understand this battle, you can reclaim your temple. Eating clean, natural, high-vibration foods isn't just a health trend, it's a spiritual discipline. Chosen ones are called to a higher standard because their mission is higher. Listen to your body when it tells you something isn't right. That discomfort, that tiredness, that inner resistance after eating, that is your spiritual intelligence alerting you. Protect your vibration. Protect your power. What you eat is either anchoring you in divine alignment or pulling you away from it. The spiritual war inside your body begins with what you allow into your temple. And for the chosen ones, nothing is casual, not even food. If you're ready to reclaim your divine energy and protect your sacred temple from spiritual sabotage, comment below, "I guard my temple." Let this be your first step in winning the war within. 3. You are being targeted differently. You are being targeted differently. That's not a metaphor. It's a spiritual reality hiding in plain sight. While others consume modern foods and continue on with their lives unaffected, you, as a chosen one, feel the disruption almost immediately. It's not in your head, it's in your spirit. These processed, altered, chemically infused foods are not just affecting your physical body, they're interfering with your divine frequency. Your sensitivity isn't a flaw, it's your spiritual indicator, your inner alarm system. And every time you ignore it, you dull a little more of the light you were sent to bring into this world. Food today has changed. It's no longer simply nourishment, it's been hijacked. You're not just eating for hunger. You're eating information, vibration, and energy. Genetically modified organisms, artificial flavors, and preservatives might pass unnoticed in the bodies of others, but in yours, they cause deep energetic interference. That meal you thought was just convenient? It carried frequencies that don't align with your spiritual calling. And because your body is more porous, more open, and more energetically tuned than the average person, the impact is far greater. You're not just digesting calories, you're absorbing an agenda. It shows up in small, creeping ways. After certain meals, you feel more tired than you should, more emotionally flat, or spiritually disconnected. Your intuition fades, your prayers feel blocked, your inner peace gets disturbed. That's not just bad digestion, it's divine interruption. Your spiritual gifts, which once flowed so clearly, become murky. The visions, the clarity, the knowing suddenly, they're all harder to reach. And while the world around you keeps eating without pause, you're left wondering why you can't. The answer is simple. You were never meant to. What they can consume without consequence, you cannot, because your calling is different. Your body was designed as a temple, a sacred place where the divine communicates, activates, and empowers. But what happens when the temple is filled with toxicity? It becomes harder to hear God's voice, harder to feel your mission. Your frequency lowers, and you become more vulnerable to attack, confusion, and delay. That's exactly what the enemy wants, to disrupt your alignment through what seems harmless, not through big sins or dramatic events, but through the unnoticed daily decisions like what you choose to put on your plate. That's why your spiritual system rebels. You might think you're overreacting, but your energy knows. Your chakras tighten, your thoughts spiral, your mood drops. All of it is your spirit sounding the alarm. And ignoring it doesn't make it stop. It only deepens the disconnect. Every compromised bite is a step away from clarity, from power, from purpose. And the most dangerous part? You get used to the fog. You normalize the disconnection. Until one day, you forget how clear things used to be. There's a reason your body reacts the way it does. It's divine protection in disguise. You're not being punished, you're being preserved. Because your role is too important to be diluted by food created to dull the masses. You weren't built to blend in. You were built to break patterns, shift atmospheres, and bring light. That mission requires discipline. And yes, even in your diet. Because when your vessel is clean, your discernment sharpens. When your energy is high, your spiritual gifts return with force. And when your body aligns with your calling, nothing can stop the flow of divine power through you. Stay connected with our spiritual family by subscribing to our channel. Here, we uncover the hidden truths affecting the chosen and guide you toward energetic alignment and divine clarity. You are not alone in this. Your sensitivity is a sign of your spiritual depth. Remember, you were never meant to fit in. You were chosen to awaken. 4. Awakening begins with eliminating specific foods. What you eat is either fueling your spiritual awakening or quietly shutting it down. For chosen ones, this truth runs even deeper. Your body isn't just a physical vessel, it's a finely tuned receiver of divine frequencies. When you consume heavy, processed, or energetically dead food, you are not only dulling your mind, but blocking your soul's ability to hear divine instructions. This isn't a matter of diet culture, it's a matter of destiny. Every bite carries a vibration, and not all vibrations belong in the temple of the chosen. Certain foods act like spiritual toxins. While others eat freely without consequence, you may feel a lingering heaviness, mental fog, or emotional instability after consuming specific meals. That discomfort is not imaginary. It's divine communication. Your spirit is trying to tell you something. The wrong foods can close your energy centers, disrupt your intuition, and delay your breakthrough. It's not punishment, it's protection. Your soul knows what it needs to stay aligned, and it will use your physical body to send warnings when you go off course. Miriam had been meditating for years, desperate for clarity, but always felt like something was off. When she removed chemically processed foods and factory-farmed meat, something shifted within just 5 days. Her dreams returned with vivid force, and her ability to sense divine presence intensified. Raphael, once a confident healer, began to feel drained and lost. He assumed it was spiritual warfare, but when he cut out fast food, excess sugar, and heavy dairy, his energy came rushing back. That very night, he received long-awaited answers through a dream. These transformations weren't accidents. They were the result of purification. The truth is, food is not neutral. It is energy. It is a memory. It carries the imprint of everything it has touched: soil, suffering, chemicals, intention. When you ingest it, you take that energy into your system. For those on the path of spiritual awakening, this means that consuming low-frequency food has consequences that go beyond digestion. It blocks insight. It clouds discernment. It cuts you off from the quiet whisper of your higher calling. But when you begin choosing food that is alive, clean, and aligned with nature, your body becomes a clear channel. Your intuition sharpens. Your dreams return. You don't need to follow a strict rule book. You just need to listen. Your body is already speaking. That fatigue after a meal, that mood swing, that sudden lack of motivation, it's not just physical, it's spiritual. And the more you ignore it, the more your inner voice fades into background noise. The moment you start removing what no longer serves you, your soul takes notice. You'll begin to feel lighter, clearer, and more in tune with your divine rhythm. The plate in front of you is more than a meal. It's a message, a choice, a test of awareness. Not everything that is edible is meant for your path. Some foods are spiritually coded to keep you asleep, disconnected, and distracted. As a chosen one, you must begin to eat with intention. What you allow into your body either supports your elevation or delays it. If your gifts feel stagnant, if your prayers seem unheard, if your purpose feels blurry, start with your diet. Sometimes, the divine breakthrough you're waiting for is hidden in the simplicity of what you're willing to give up. If this message has opened your eyes, drop a comment of faith below. I choose spiritual clarity over cravings. My awakening begins today. Five specific food categories that block spiritual power. Meat from animals that have lived in suffering carries more than just nutrients. It carries spiritual residue. When you consume meat from animals raised in fear, anxiety, and confinement, you absorb the trauma embedded in their cells. That energy transfers into your body and begins to block key spiritual centers, especially the solar plexus and heart chakras. These blockages confuse your emotions, weaken your inner clarity, and sabotage your ability to manifest. What you may think is just heaviness or moodiness after eating is actually the weight of energetic contamination. For chosen ones, whose energy fields are more sensitive, this effect is magnified. Eating such meat distances you from divine alignment, slowly cutting you off from your higher self. Modified grains and gluten are another hidden spiritual trap. Modern wheat, altered through genetic engineering and aggressive farming, creates a fog over the third eye, and crown chakra. These are the gateways to intuition and divine wisdom. When blocked, you lose your spiritual perception, your inner sight dims, and the world feels dull, disconnected. Gluten interferes with the pineal gland, your spiritual antenna, rendering you unable to receive the subtle signals from the divine. Once you eliminate gluten, many of these blocks begin to dissolve. Colors become brighter, your intuition sharpens, your dreams become clearer. The veil lifts, and you remember who you really are. Dairy from industrial sources might seem harmless, but energetically, it's thick with interference. It contains synthetic hormones and energetic frequencies of pain from the animals it came from. This forms a kind of etheric mucus that dulls your energetic system. Your chakras, especially the heart and throat, become coated in stagnation. You may struggle to speak your truth, to feel unconditional love, or to connect with divine emotions. The thymus gland, responsible for spiritual immunity, gets disrupted, making you more emotionally fragile and energetically exposed. This isn't just about physical health. It's about your spiritual stability being compromised without you even knowing it. Artificially altered foods are among the most dangerous for the spiritually aware. These are the products of manipulation foods that have been genetically tampered with, chemically engineered, or vibrationally distorted. They may look, smell, and even taste normal, but their frequency is disharmonic. When consumed, they disrupt your auric field, reversing your energetic polarity. This causes disorientation, spiritual confusion, and disconnection from divine truth. You may feel lost, numb, or unable to ground your spiritual practices. Manifestation becomes nearly impossible because your frequency is no longer aligned with the vibration of creation. Energy protection fails, and you become vulnerable to psychic noise and energetic attacks. Additives and synthetic compounds found in processed foods are perhaps the most silent yet potent spiritual blockers. These substances have the power to shut down your third eye and crown chakra for up to 72 hours. For 3 days, your intuition weakens, your prayers feel empty, and divine signs become harder to recognize. For chosen ones, who are already more in tune with spiritual dimensions, this suppression can feel like being spiritually blind. And yet, mainstream science dismisses it, keeping the truth hidden. But your soul knows. It feels the dullness, the disconnection, the subtle grief of losing contact with the divine. Every bite you take is either feeding your light or dimming it. Every food choice is an energetic contract, either aligning you with your higher path or pulling you deeper into spiritual fatigue. If this message has opened your eyes to the hidden spiritual impact of everyday foods, comment below. I choose spiritual clarity. Your body is sacred, and what you consume shapes your energy. Let us know you're on this path of awareness by leaving a comment, and if this truth resonates with you, like, share, and subscribe so we can keep bringing you more wisdom to elevate your spiritual journey. 6. The ancient knowledge behind this revelation. Thousands of years ago, the chosen ones understood something we've forgotten. Food was never just about survival or taste. It was spiritual fuel. Their diets were intentional, sacred, and energetically aligned with divine principles. They knew that what entered the body didn't just affect the flesh, it shaped the soul. They followed specific dietary laws to maintain clarity, power, and divine connection, consuming only what kept them aligned with higher realms. These laws weren't superstition. They were spiritual protocols. Every meal was an act of devotion, a tool to preserve their access to spiritual insight and divine guidance. But over time, those in control of this world began to fear the power of awakened individuals. So, a slow and calculated manipulation began. Foods were altered. Natural ingredients were replaced with chemicals, preservatives, and synthetic compounds. It wasn't only to cut costs or preserve shelf life, it was to dull spiritual awareness. The deeper motive was to disconnect you from the divine, to suppress your spiritual capacity and block your celestial assignment. While the masses ate freely, unaware, the chosen began to feel uneasy because your spiritual DNA still remembers. The discomfort, brain fog, low energy, and spiritual disconnection you feel after certain meals is not random. It is ancient memory rising. Your body is trying to alert you to what your soul already knows. This food is not aligned with who you truly are. When you consume meat from animals that suffered, or processed food stripped of life, you're not just digesting matter, you're absorbing energy, pain, fear, confusion. And those energies begin to settle in your body like static interference, clouding your mind, weakening your discernment, and cutting off your ability to hear divine instruction. The connection between food and frequency is real. And for a chosen one, it's critical. Your intuition, your dreams, your inner voice, they all depend on the clarity of your energetic field, which is heavily influenced by what you eat. Many chosen men, between the ages of 30 and 65, feel the weight of responsibility increasing. You're being called not just to live, but to lead, to build, protect, and elevate others. That calling requires vision, strength, and divine clarity. But if your energy is being drained by unnatural foods, your spiritual weapons become dull. You might find yourself constantly tired, emotionally reactive, or spiritually numb. This isn't age, it's spiritual interference. The very foods you've accepted as normal may be sabotaging your mission. You were not made to consume like the rest. You were made to discern, to listen, and to choose consciously. The path back begins with awareness. Listen to your body. Notice the foods that leave you foggy, irritable, or disconnected. Begin removing them. Replace them with life-giving, high-frequency nourishment foods that restore, energize, and reconnect. Reclaim sacred rituals. Drinking clean water with gratitude. Fasting not just for health, but for clarity. Blessing your meals before you consume them. These practices are not outdated. They are ancient keys to unlocking divine energy. Your spiritual DNA is not broken, it is awakening. And it's speaking through your cravings, your sensitivities, and your discomfort. Honor that signal. Protect your vessel. Because not everything that is edible is meant to be eaten by those who are spiritually chosen. If you're still with us on this journey into ancient truth, comment below. I remember the ancient way. Your words help us reconnect with the wisdom that was once hidden and build a stronger spiritual community together. 7. Powerful spiritual transformations reported. Eliminating all 5 major food groups may seem extreme to the average person, but for those undergoing a deep spiritual awakening, it can trigger a powerful energetic transformation. Many who've embraced this path speak of clear, unmistakable downloads, moments of insight that arrive with precision, not as random thoughts, but as direct communication from higher realms. These insights are no longer filtered through a fog of heavy, processed foods, but received in clarity, as though the divine is speaking directly into the soul. As these channels open, manifestation becomes more potent. Without the energetic interference of low-vibration foods, intentions take form with surprising speed. Thoughts begin to align with outcomes, and actions flow from purpose rather than confusion. The inner resistance fades, making space for divine orchestration to work unhindered. What once felt like struggle becomes ease, as if the universe has finally tuned into your frequency, or more accurately, you've finally tuned into it. One of the most visible changes is aura restoration. The energetic field that surrounds the body, once dulled by inflammation and toxins, begins to shine again. This radiant field not only protects, but also magnetizes. Strangers may notice something different about your presence, often without knowing why. You no longer carry the energetic weight of other beings, especially those raised and slaughtered in fear, because you've chosen to step away from consuming their suffering. Your aura reflects peace, clarity, and strength. Simultaneously, the pineal gland, a sacred gateway in the center of the brain, begins to awaken. Often called the third eye, this gland has long been associated with spiritual vision, intuitive knowing, and multidimensional awareness. Yet in modern life, it's commonly calcified by additives, sugar, and chemical-laced food. When these influences are removed, many report a reactivation of this spiritual center. Dreams become prophetic, gut instincts sharpen, and moments of synchronicity multiply. The mind no longer feels trapped in logic alone. It opens to divine intelligence. The most subtle yet profound shift is the development of energetic immunity. This is not about physical sickness, but rather the ability to remain unaffected by spiritual contamination. When the body is clean and the spirit aligned, you naturally repel what does not resonate. Toxic relationships fall away, negative environments lose their grip, and your emotional boundaries grow stronger. You don't need to fight for peace. It surrounds you because you've become the embodiment of higher frequency. All of this begins with one seemingly simple but deeply spiritual decision to change how you nourish your body. For the chosen ones, food is not neutral. It's a spiritual contract. Either it supports your ascension or it delays it. The choice to eliminate certain foods is not deprivation, it is liberation. It is remembering who you are on a soul level and aligning every cell in your body with that truth. When the vessel is pure, the mission becomes unstoppable. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful content like this. Let your transformation begin today. Type in the comments, "I am ready for spiritual clarity and divine manifestation." 8. Your divine potential depends on daily choices. Every food you consume is either grounding you in dense energy or lifting you into higher spiritual frequencies. It's not just about taste or tradition, it's about transformation. For the chosen ones, meals are not just physical experiences, they are spiritual rituals. Your body isn't a machine, it's a sacred temple. And the energy you put into it determines how clearly you can hear divine instructions, how brightly your aura shines, and how powerfully your purpose flows through you. What you eat can open your spiritual gifts or quietly shut them down. This is why, while others can eat anything without noticing a shift, you feel the impact deeply. You may feel drained, unfocused, or spiritually disconnected after certain foods. That's not your imagination, it's your soul reacting. Your spiritual system is designed to be sensitive because your role is different. You are called to ascend, to lead, to awaken, and that requires clarity, alignment, and vibrational purity. The wrong foods act like static in a divine broadcast, blocking messages meant only for you. Every bite is a choice between connection or confusion. This daily decision carries profound spiritual weight. When you consume high-frequency foods, whole, natural, and alive, you're not just nourishing your body, you're activating your inner light. Your chakras align more easily. Your intuition becomes sharper. Your dreams return with meaning. You become lighter, freer, and more in tune with the divine. But when you consume what is lifeless, processed, or tainted with chemicals and suffering, your energy dims. Your inner guidance grows quiet. You begin to question your path, not because you're lost, but because your temple is clouded. The ancient words ring true. Let food be thy medicine. And that medicine isn't just for your body, it's for your mission. You cannot walk in divine power while feeding yourself what disconnects you from that power. The same energy that fuels your cells fuels your calling. When you eat with awareness, you become spiritually sharper, emotionally balanced, and magnetically aligned with the will of the universe. This is the foundation of spiritual strength. You were not meant to blend in. You were born to carry light. That means you must be selective, not out of fear, but out of honor for the path you've been given. Spiritual elevation requires energetic discipline. That's why your meals matter. That's why your discomfort after eating certain things is not just digestion. It's divine communication. Your body speaks the language of spirit, and it's telling you what serves your mission and what sabotages it. Spiritual power thrives in purity, and every day, through every meal, you are either rising into your divine design or falling back into energetic noise. This is not about perfection, but about intention. Choose food that fuels your ascension. Choose energy that honors your temple. Choose connection over comfort. The higher you go, the more sacred your discipline must become. 9. Immediate shifts when the diet is cleansed. As soon as the diet is cleansed, something sacred begins to shift within. This isn't a delayed reward, it's immediate. Who are spiritually sensitive often report vivid dreams that feel more like revelations than random thoughts. These dreams carry messages, visions, warnings, and spiritual guidance that were previously buried under layers of processed foods, toxins, and distractions. The cleaner the vessel, the clearer the signal. What was once silent becomes loud. The dream world opens, acting as a sacred space where your higher self, angels, and divine energy can finally reach you without static. These inner awakenings don't stop at night. During the day, synchronicities begin to show up more often and more powerfully. You start noticing patterns, repeating numbers, meaningful encounters, signs that seem tailor-made for you. They're not coincidences. They're spiritual confirmations. They're evidence that your frequency has risen, that your energy field is no longer clogged by low vibrational foods. Your system is finally clear enough to pick up on the divine rhythm of life. This is the spiritual realm responding to your alignment. It's a dialogue between your soul and the universe. At the same time, your intuition sharpens like a blade finally honed after years of dullness. You begin to just know things about who to trust, where to go, what to avoid. You can feel the energy in a room before a word is spoken. You start to notice that your gut instincts are no longer shaky suggestions, but strong, clear inner commands. That's because your spirit is no longer being muffled by substances that block your internal guidance system. When your temple is clean, the voice of God within becomes unmistakable. But perhaps the most beautiful shift of all is the deep and quiet peace that begins to bloom in your soul. There is no longer a restless hunger for external validation or numbing habits. You start to feel grounded, centered, and anchored in a sense of purpose that feels ancient and unshakable. You know you are here for a reason. That reason becomes more obvious when your physical and spiritual energies are no longer in conflict. Food was never just food. It has always been fuel or interference. And when you remove the interference, clarity takes its place. These shifts are not theoretical. They're spiritual experiences unfolding in real time. And they confirm a truth many ignore. The body and soul are not separate. What you eat is either empowering your spiritual evolution or delaying it. For the chosen ones, cleansing the diet is not about trends, image, or health alone. It's about spiritual precision. It's about honoring the sacred assignment placed on your life. Because the calling is high and the preparation must match. To affirm your alignment with higher clarity and divine insight, declare your commitment. Comment below, "I choose clarity," to honor your spiritual journey and inspire others to embrace the power of a cleansed path. Let's walk this awakening together. Like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the next revelation. So remember, chosen ones, not everything that looks harmless is meant for you. What you consume affects not just your body, but your spirit, your energy, and your divine mission. Protect your temple, stay aware, and trust your inner knowing when something feels off. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos designed to elevate your journey. Stay aligned, stay awakened, and your spiritual path matters. 5 strange things that happen when you're spiritually awakening. Awakening is not changing who you are, but discarding who you are not. Deepak Chopra. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. In today's video, we'll explore the 5 strange things that happen when you're spiritually awakening, experiences that may feel unusual, but signify profound growth and transformation. As you peel back the layers of conditioning and step into your authentic self, life starts to unfold in remarkable ways. Have you ever felt a shift in your awareness, a sense of freedom, or a connection to something deeper? Let us know in the comments below. I'd love to hear your experiences and thoughts on your own spiritual journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with others who are seeking clarity and transformation. Let's dive into this incredible journey together. 1. Freedom from mental constraints. As you begin your journey into spiritual awakening, one of the first and most liberating realizations is the freedom from mental constraints. So many men move through life caught in the constant cycle of overthinking, haunted by past regrets, and weighed down by anxiety about the future. Our minds, though incredibly powerful, can become prisons when left unchecked. The pressure to figure everything out, to be in control, to always do, rather than be can quietly drain the joy out of life. But spiritual awakening offers something profoundly different: the awareness that your mind is not you. It is a tool, a servant, not the master. This shift in perspective is monumental. As you awaken, you begin to observe your thoughts rather than become entangled in them. It's as if you've stepped outside of the storm and can now watch the clouds pass without getting caught in the rain. There's immense power in this ability to witness your mental chatter without reacting to it. By doing so, you open the door to inner clarity and peace that many haven't felt in years, perhaps decades. You start to breathe easier, feel lighter, and see life more clearly, not through the fog of overthinking, but through the lens of spiritual presence. Let's take this a step further. Picture your thoughts not as enemies, but as clouds floating across the sky. The sky itself, limitless, vast, untouched, is your true self. Thoughts may come and go, but they do not define the sky. They do not change its nature. This metaphor captures the essence of spiritual awakening, recognizing that while thoughts are part of your human experience, they are not the core of who you are. And once you embrace that, the grip of habitual negative thinking begins to loosen. You stop reacting impulsively to every emotion or memory, and instead, you learn to respond with calm, clarity, and spiritual maturity. In today's world, with constant noise, notifications, and never-ending to-do lists, the ability to create space in your mind is not just helpful, it's essential. This isn't about shutting off your mind, but creating distance from its chaos so you can lead with spiritual insight. Stillness becomes your superpower. Whether through meditation, breath work, or simply taking a few moments of silence in the day, these spiritual practices help you stay grounded. They connect you back to your true self, the part of you that isn't shaken by deadlines or drama. They are simple but profoundly transformative tools for aligning your mind with your deeper spiritual path. And here's something important to remember. This process isn't one and done. Spiritual awakening is a journey, not a destination. It unfolds in layers, and each day presents a new opportunity to observe rather than absorb. Some days, your thoughts will try to take over again, and that's okay. The key is to gently return to awareness, to step back and remember who you are beyond the noise. Over time, this becomes your new normal. You'll find it easier to hear your intuition, to trust your inner voice, and to navigate life's challenges without getting lost in them. As this inner freedom grows, so does your sense of purpose. When you're no longer bound by fear-based thinking, you begin to live with intention. Relationships become more meaningful. You begin to attract people, opportunities, and experiences that match your elevated vibration. Your life starts to mirror your spiritual evolution clearer, calmer, more connected. This is what happens when you awaken spiritually. You stop chasing and start flowing. You stop surviving and begin living authentically, deeply, and fully aligned with the man you were always meant to be. So if something in you is stirring, if you're ready to release the heavy burden of mental noise and step into a more spiritual, conscious version of yourself, then now is the time. The invitation is simple, but the transformation is profound. Say it out loud or write it below. I am free. This affirmation isn't just words. It's the declaration of a man reclaiming his spiritual strength and awakening to his truest self. And together, we walk this path not toward perfection, but toward peace, presence, and power. Two, spiritual awakening, and spaciousness. Have you ever felt like your life is too loud? Not just the world around you, but the constant noise in your own mind? The overthinking, the worrying, the endless need to control every detail. If that sounds familiar, then you're on the edge of something powerful. You're standing at the doorway of spiritual awakening. And once you step through, something remarkable happens. A deep spaciousness begins to unfold within you. Now, I'm not just talking about decluttering your room or clearing out your schedule. This goes deeper. This is a transformation that begins from the inside out. You start moving away from the mental and emotional clutter that's been weighing you down. Little by little, the grip of fear, stress, and the urge to micromanage every outcome starts to loosen. What once felt overwhelming now feels lighter, like a breath of fresh air entering a room that's been shut for too long. This shift is the heart of spiritual awakening. It's a quiet yet powerful revolution inside you, a turning point where complexity gives way to clarity and chaos gives way to calm. And while life on the outside may not change overnight, you'll still have deadlines, relationships, and responsibilities. What changes is how you meet those moments. That's the true transformation. Instead of reacting with fear or frustration, you begin to respond from a place of stillness. You find yourself grounded, more centered, and more present. That inner chatter, the overthinking and self-doubt begins to fade, making room for insight, peace, and deeper understanding. You become more aware of your thoughts without being trapped by them. This inner spaciousness doesn't just bring relief, it opens the door to new ways of being. And here's where something even more beautiful happens. As your mind quiets, your connection to the universe begins to deepen. You start picking up on subtle signs, synchronicities, and opportunities that were always around, but hidden under the noise. You move from resisting life to flowing with it. It's like you've stopped swimming upstream and finally let yourself be carried by the current, not because you've given up, but because you've learned to trust. That trust is key. Even when the path ahead isn't fully visible, you begin to sense that you're being guided, that the universe isn't working against you, it's working with you. And in that awareness, your faith in life's natural rhythm grows stronger. In today's world, where we're constantly bombarded by distractions, notifications, and pressure to be on all the time, this inner spaciousness is more than just a comfort, it's a necessity. Spiritual awakening offers a sacred pause in a world that never stops moving. It gives you back your time, your peace, and your power. It allows you to meet each day not from a place of exhaustion, but from a place of presence. You might already know this feeling. Maybe you've had moments where everything felt still, where time slowed down and the chaos seemed to fall away. Those moments aren't accidents. They're glimpses of what's possible when you begin to live from a place of awakening. And the beautiful thing is, you don't have to wait for those moments to arrive by chance. You can start inviting them into your life intentionally. Ask yourself, where can you create more space in your life? Where can you release what's no longer serving you? Maybe it's an anxious thought you keep returning to, or a habit that's stealing your energy. When you begin to release those things not forcefully, but gently, you make room for something greater, a new perspective, a clearer path, a deeper connection with your own soul. At its core, spiritual awakening is about simplifying your internal world. It's about decluttering your mind and emotions so you can reconnect with who you truly are. It invites you to surrender control and trust in the unfolding of life. And as you do, you'll notice your outer world begins to shift too, not because you've tried to fix everything, but because you've changed the way you see. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, if life feels like too much, this journey is for you. Spiritual awakening offers you space not just in your schedule, but in your soul. Space to breathe, space to grow, space to come home to yourself. If this message resonates with your soul, consider joining us on this journey. Like and subscribe to support the channel and keep exploring what it means to live with more peace, clarity, and spiritual depth. 3. Liveliness and innocence. As you begin to release the heavy patterns, limiting beliefs, and outdated behaviors that have silently shaped your life for so long, you may find something magical happening. A sense of childlike wonder starts to rise within you softly at first, then more clearly, like a sunrise that gradually colors the entire sky. You'll begin to notice the little things again, the golden warmth of sunlight on your skin, the melody of birds greeting the dawn, or the calm serenity that lives in stillness. What once seemed ordinary now feels sacred. Why does this happen? Because when you start to awaken spiritually, you begin seeing the world not with the eyes of fear or obligation, but through the lens of presence, love, and authenticity. As the layers of ego fall away, you reconnect with the part of yourself that existed before the world told you who to be. It's not about being naive or becoming childish. It's about returning to a pure, unfiltered version of you, free from pretense, full of joy, and rich with curiosity. This rediscovery of your innocence is not weakness. It's a source of incredible strength. The spiritual teacher Lao Tzu once said, "A child's heart is pure and can still see the truth." What would your life feel like if you could see truth again without fear, judgment, or self-doubt? Let me ask you this. When was the last time you felt joy just for being alive? Not because you achieved something, not because you were validated, but simply because you were connected to yourself, to the moment, to the divine flow of life itself. In the busyness of modern living, where we often feel we're racing just to keep up, this kind of spiritual shift feels like taking a deep breath after holding it for too long. You start to live from the inside out, not chasing joy, but allowing it. No longer feeling the pressure to meet society's definition of success, you begin to create your own version of fulfillment, built on spiritual presence rather than performance. This is the gift of awakening, a return to your natural state of ease and wonder. You become more engaged with the now, more emotionally present, more deeply alive. When you're spiritually awake, even the mundane becomes miraculous. Your relationships deepen, your creativity flourishes, and your daily life becomes a sacred experience. The world itself begins to feel more vibrant, more meaningful because you've changed, and so your perception transforms everything you touch. The great mystic Rumi once wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." If you've been feeling tired, lost, or overwhelmed, know this. The light is already within you, waiting to be felt again. You are not broken. You are becoming. So, how do you begin this transformation in just 18 minutes? You start by choosing stillness. You let go of distractions. You breathe. You listen to your inner self without judgment. You open your heart to the possibility that there is more to life than stress and struggle. And then you remember that joy, love, and peace are your spiritual birthrights. Let me invite you into a deeper reflection. What might shift in your life if you gave yourself permission to experience wonder again? What if you saw yourself not as someone who needs fixing, but someone who is finally waking up? As you continue on this path, you'll realize that spiritual awakening isn't about escaping life. It's about entering it more fully. It's about showing up with clarity, with compassion, and with the courage to be your truest self. And when you live from that space, you don't just awaken, you help awaken the world. If this message resonates with your soul, take a moment right now and comment, "Return to innocence" below. Let it be your sacred affirmation, your soul's whisper that says, "I'm ready." You are not alone on this path, and the journey ahead is full of light, wonder, and authentic joy. 4. Friendship with silence. Embracing silence is not simply about muting the outside world. It's about creating an intentional space where clarity can rise and peace can flourish. For the spiritually curious man seeking more than just surface-level fixes, silence becomes a sanctuary. In the midst of a society saturated with digital noise and constant distractions, the deliberate act of tuning into stillness may feel foreign at first. Yet, it is one of the most profound steps you can take on the path to spiritual transformation. Silence evolves from being a lack of sound to becoming a vibrant space of inner awakening. As Albert Einstein wisely noted, the monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind. In this quietude, your spiritual senses sharpen, your energy aligns, and your deepest truths begin to emerge. As the external world softens, the internal one begins to speak. You start to recognize that true power doesn't come from reacting to the world, but from being anchored within yourself. Spiritual silence invites you to stop chasing stimulation and instead find calm in your own presence. This is not about withdrawing from life, but about showing up to it with greater strength and clarity. Stillness reconnects you to your authentic essence, the version of you that is grounded, wise, and aligned with your higher calling. When you allow silence to recharge your spirit, your thoughts become clearer, your emotions more balanced, and your decisions more intuitive. Introducing silence into your daily routine doesn't require drastic changes. Start with just a few minutes of intentional stillness. No phones, no distractions, just you. Take a walk without music, sit quietly with your breath, or close your eyes and simply be. Observe how these short moments impact your energy. Do you feel more centered, more aware? These seemingly small rituals act as spiritual recalibrations, revealing inner truths and quiet guidance. As Blaise Pascal once said, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. By sitting with yourself, you create a powerful space for clarity, healing, and insight. This journey into stillness is not a retreat from life. It's a return to the truth within you. When you learn to listen in silence, you begin to hear your own inner compass. The voice of your soul becomes clearer, guiding you through life's complexities with more grace and purpose. Silence transforms from a passive experience to an active ally. It helps you face challenges with spiritual wisdom, make choices with greater discernment, and live with a deeper sense of alignment to your life's mission. So how do you begin cultivating this spiritual silence? Start by asking yourself, Where can I carve out space for stillness? What might arise in the quiet that I've been too busy to hear? What truth is waiting for me in the pauses between thought and action? The answers don't come in noise. They emerge in stillness. In this sacred quiet, you don't lose yourself. You meet yourself. You reconnect with your energy, uncover your inner wisdom, and awaken to your highest potential. Silence is not the absence of life. It is where life begins to speak clearly. It is where the spiritual path opens and transformation becomes real. If this message resonates with you, drop a comment below saying "peaceful silence" and let us know how you're creating space for stillness in your journey. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay connected for more insights into unlocking the spiritual power within you. Because your awakening might just begin with 18 minutes of silence and a willingness to listen. 5. Lightheartedness and freedom. When you begin the journey of spiritual awakening, something subtle yet deeply profound starts to shift within you. You no longer feel bound by the rigid expectations that once shaped your thinking, behavior, or way of living. These rules, often picked up unconsciously from family, culture, or society, begin to loosen their grip. But this transformation doesn't happen overnight. It unfolds gently, like the petals of a flower opening to the morning sun. And it starts with something simple yet powerful: inner clarity. Once you begin the deep, honest work of decluttering your mind, removing old beliefs, mental noise, and emotional baggage, you begin to hear something you may have never truly heard before: your own voice. Not the one shaped by fear, approval, or comparison, but the voice of your authentic self. This is the essence of spiritual awakening. The moment you realize that you're allowed to question everything you've been taught, you begin to ask, whose path am I really walking? And from there, an incredible sense of freedom emerges. That freedom feels like finally breathing after being underwater for far too long. It's like discovering that the invisible weight you've been carrying, those silent rules about how to succeed, how to look, how to behave, was never really yours to carry in the first place. As you release them, life feels lighter. You begin to move through your day with more grace and ease, no longer trying to meet standards that don't speak to your soul. And this shift is not selfish. It's sacred. Because when you stop performing for the world and start living from within, you become a more honest, loving, and whole version of yourself. Let me ask you this: what are you still holding on to that doesn't belong to you? Are there beliefs or expectations clinging to your spirit that no longer serve who you're becoming? This is the work of spiritual awakening, to shine light on those hidden patterns and choose differently. It's the realization that so much of the pressure you felt wasn't serving your highest purpose, it was only distracting you from it. And when you see that clearly, it's like shedding a heavy coat in the middle of summer. You're not just letting go, you're stepping into something lighter, truer, and more joyful. In this awakened state, you are no longer living to please others. You are no longer bending yourself to fit into a mold. Instead, you are creating your own path, one that aligns with your truth, your values, and your soul's calling. That's what spiritual awakening really is. It's not just about healing or growth. It's about coming home to yourself. It's about releasing the noise and tuning into the quiet wisdom within. It's about choosing joy, authenticity, and freedom every single day. And it's about knowing that you don't have to keep carrying the weight of a life that was never meant for you. So take a moment, right now, to make a declaration. Say it aloud or write it in the comments. I am ready to embrace my true path. Because your true path doesn't begin outside of you. It begins the moment you decide to be fully, unapologetically yourself. Let this be the beginning of that decision. Let it be a turning point where you commit to inner alignment over outer approval. Let it be a step toward joy, not just survival. Because you deserve to feel free. You deserve to feel whole. And you deserve to live a life that reflects who you truly are. Thank you for watching today's video on 5 strange things that happen when you're spiritually awakening here on Spiritual Wisdom. As we've explored, spiritual awakening often brings unexpected shifts, like freedom from mental constraints, a sense of spaciousness, rekindling innocence, finding peace in silence, and embracing a newfound freedom. These experiences, though strange at first, are signs that you're shedding old layers and stepping into your authentic self. If you're on this journey, remember that these changes are your soul's way of guiding you towards greater growth and happiness. Now, it's your turn. How have these signs shown up in your life? Share your experiences in the comments below. I'd love to hear your stories and support you on your path. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with others who are also on their spiritual journey. Together, let's continue exploring these transformations and awaken to our fullest potential.